I'm inviting all legislators into the chambers. We will begin shortly with the LIPR settlement first. I'm calling the Rules Committee to order and asking Legislator Rose Walker to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, so what we are going to do is we're going to call the LIPA settlement first, and it is before the Rules Committee and Finance Committee today, so we're going to call both committees at once, so they'll both be in session and considering the item, and any other legislator who's not on either of those committees is invited to participate. So anyone who's here, obviously, will have an opportunity to ask questions, make comments, or whatever. So, Mike, would you call roll for the Rules Committee?
Yes, thank you, Presiding Officer. Rules Committee roll call. Legislator Sheila Bino. Legislator Delia Durigi-Witten. Ranking Member Kavan Abrahams. Legislator Laura Schaefer.
Here.
Thank you. Legislator Stephen Rhodes. Excuse me. Vice Chairman Howard Copel. Chairman Richard Nicolello. We have a quorum for the Rules Committee, and I shall proceed to Finance. Okay. Roll call for the Finance Committee. Legislator Joshua Lafazan.
Here.
Thank you. Legislator Carrier Solage.
Here.
Thank you. Ranking Member Arnold Drucker. Legislator Rosemarie Walker. Legislator Thomas McKevitt. Vice Chairman John Ferretti. Chairman Howard Copel. We have a quorum for both, sir.
Okay, then I will call the item in rules, then I'll have Deputy Presiding Officer call in Finance. But item 104 of 2022, a resolution authorizing the county attorney to compromise and settle the claims of petitioner Long Island Lighting Company doing business as LIPA, a wholly owned subsidiary of the Long Island Power Authority, a corporate municipal instrumentality of the state of New York, organized and existing pursuant to the Public Authorities Law of New York, pursuant to the county law, the county government law of Nassau County, and the Nassau County Administrative Code. That item is moved by Legislator Rhodes, seconded by Deputy Presiding Officer Copel. So it's before us.
Okay. In the Finance Committee, I'm going to call the same item, which is item 104 of 22, authorizing the settlement of Long Island Lighting Company. That item is moved by Mr. Ferretti and seconded by Mr. Drucker.
All right, the items are before us, and we invite the administration up to make a presentation.
I'm Dan Vincelette. I'm special counsel to Nassau County in the tax certiorari litigation that was commenced by the Long Island Power Authority challenging the assessed values of the E.F. Barrett and the Glenwood Landing plants. There is a tentative settlement in principle between the county and LIPA and National Grid. Under the terms of the settlement, the settlement will minimize liability to the county, reduce the liability that would have otherwise have been incurred had this matter gone to trial. The matter is scheduled for trial May 31st, 2022 in Nassau County Supreme Court. Under the terms of the settlement, it will establish a payment period going forward with a definite payment from LIPA. The details of this settlement we will discuss in executive session as it is pending litigation.
So you can't discuss any of the details of the settlement in public?
Not at this time.
Okay. I will invite up, all right. Hold on a second. Here we go. right, thank you. Senator Aldemano? It's good to have you here, Senator. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much. It's nice to be here. See so many old friends and new friends. I'm somewhat taken back. I'm taken back that you're supposed to, as a legislative body, decide whether or not to move this matter forward, and the details are not to be revealed. I had a little prepared remark and said that the town was entering this litigation. They filed papers, and I know that the village of Island Park, because I am one of their co-counsels, will be submitting papers to the court to look at what has transpired. And what has transpired is evidenced today by this, oh, we can't reveal the details. Then how can you approve putting this matter on for decision if they can't explain the details? What the heck is the secret? Because we have so many lovely women here, I didn't say, what the hell is the secret? It's supposed to be humorous. But what is it? What's the secret? Is the secret that if you get your proposal the way you have put it forward, you crucify a working middle-class community of Island Park, where I grew up and spent 60-plus years of my life there? I don't live there now, but I have compassion for those people, and I'm not charging them a penny to represent them. This is incredible. Oh, we've worked out a deal, the backroom deal, and that's what it is. And by the way, if the deal holds the county harmless, wonderful. But don't forget the 10,000 people approximately in Harbor Isle, Barnum Isle, the village of Island Park, and a small segment of Oceanside. In the village, a working class community, the economics compared to that of Uniondale, hardworking people trying to keep their home. School tax will rise from approximately $4,500 a year to $9,000. Oh, but we're going to keep the details secret. Incredible. What the hell kind of public hearing is this? We're going to keep the details. When will we tell you? That's the way LIPA operates. They operate it totally in disregard of the law. And that's what our lawsuit claims. And we will prove it. Brilliant judge Dana Winslow, in 1999, he said, you're violating the law, LIPA. 1999. He said any contract over $1 million has to be approved by the PACB board. Do any of you, have you ever heard that? No. If you have, you'd be an exception to the rule. They have deliberately, over the years, subverted and not lived up to that ruling of Judge Winslow. They don't want us to enter that or enter the case and enter that into the record. To have a judge who knows what he's doing, not someone who they bullied out there in Suffolk County and ran over Huntington and a few of the other areas. And they treated us, the people in Island Park and that school district and the town of Hempstead, like serfs, and lied to them. Absolutely lied to them. That tax, if this agreement, oh, by the way, it's a secret agreement, but if it holds the county harmless, that's wonderful. I'm for it. But what about the community of Island Park? What about the people in the town of Hempstead who live in that area? What about that small section of Oceanside? Judge Winslow found that LIPA had to obtain approval from the State Government Control Board. That's the PAC board, which is constituted by the governor and the two legislative leaders in the House and the State Senate. Do you know how many contracts these arrogant manipulators of the law submitted to the PAC board since Judge Winslow's order? 0. None. They're above the law. And their leadership, that's the way they operate. We keep things in secret, in private. To come before this board and to say what they did, I would tell them, get lost. Come back another time when you're prepared to tell the people what you are offering. I don't understand it. I never expected to hear. But I've heard things since this litigation has been abhorring. And the people who handled it for the county did a horrible job. Horrible. And so for those who say, look, we could face up to $500 million, I don't blame them if somebody comes and says, we can walk you out. You won't have to pay anything. I understand that. I understand why the county would want to say, wash that out. But don't wash with it the details of manipulation, of more than malpractice, practice headed by an arrogant leader of LIPA who just runs over. And by the way, he needs these dollars like a hole in the head. This is just the exercise of power. But what it does to the village is crush them. Crush them. So, let me say, if the settlement is approved, without there being proper deference given to the community of Island Park and the residents of the town of Hempstead, it's a disservice. It is a disservice. And we're entitled to know the details publicly, not in a closet, not by a group of high-powered lawyers who manipulate, etc., but get the facts. I thank you.
I would like to, and thank you, Senator. I'd like to invite Mr. Vincelette up again.
I didn't get you. I heard you say thank you.
Thank you, Senator. I'm just inviting Mr. Vincelette, the attorney, back up.
Okay.
Mr. Vincelette, you know, some of the terms of this settlement were reported in a Newsday article of March 29th, 2022. I mean, we're not asking you to provide your strategies for pending trial. We're not asking you to provide your opinions, but I believe we are entitled to have in public some of the details of this settlement.
Yes. Okay. To elaborate on my previous comments, to give the legislature background, Long Island Power Authority and National Grid has challenged the assessed value of its properties at the E.F. Barrett plant and Glenwood Landing from 2010 to the current time, 2021 rather. Judge DeStefano in Nassau County Supreme Court has scheduled this matter for trial for the 2015 through 2019 proceedings. As part of the defense of these proceedings, the county has retained Federal Appraisal of New Jersey, who prepared an appraisal report valuing both plants. Petitioner LIPA retained EVC of Wisconsin, who also prepared an appraisal report. Income capitalization approaches were utilized, utilizing the income and expenses of the plants, as well as a cost approach, which values the plant by providing an opinion as to what would be the reproduction cost to build the plant new, and then subtracting depreciation. The implied market value of the plants for the years that are at issue, that will be tried before Judge Stefano on May 31st, range from $578,570,036 in 2015, and it gradually decreases to $503 million in 2019. That's the E.F. Barrett plant. The Glenwood Landing facility has an implied market value of $50.9 million in 2015, which gradually reduces to $35.3 million in 2019. Both parties filed and exchanged appraisal reports with the court. Both parties have reviewed each other's appraisal reports. The petitioner's appraisal report ranges at the Barrett plant from $371 million in the first year of 2015, a $200 million reduction, to $27.8 million in the final year, which is about a $470 million reduction. The county's appraisal values the plant the first year $70 million below LIPA's appraisal report at $299 million, and gradually coming down to $93.5 million in 2019. For Glenwood Landing, the petitioner's appraisal values it above the value, 59.7 for the first year. The county's appraisal comes in at about the market value of 50.9. Both appraisals, the value decreases over the years to $40 million for LIPA, $35.3 million for the county appraisal. Based upon these reductions, it would incur a significant refund to LIPA from the county. If this matter does go forward to trial, proof will be produced to the judge. Following the trial, the attorneys for both sides would submit proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law. The fact that the county's appraisal is significantly below the assessment by a degree of hundreds of millions of dollars would make the burden of proof for LIPA, the threshold showing. The judge's decision would then be to choose between LIPA's value and the county's value. There are some years where the county's value is even lower than LIPA's. Based on the potential refund exposure to the county, negotiations were held with counsel for LIPA over the last 2 months, extensive negotiations over the last 2 months. The framework of the settlement would forego refunds from the county and set up a payment schedule ranging from 2022 to 2026. The settlement would then also tack on an extension period of 5 additional years in which the payments that LIPA makes to the county for the school district and municipalities would stay the same for that extension period, even if LIPA were to remove the plants, if they were to take down equipment and whatnot. The settlement sets a payment schedule for LIPA over the period of 2022 to 2026. The degree of those payments, I will discuss with you in executive session. We tried to craft an agreement that would be to the benefit of the school district as best we could. Under this settlement, the assessed value would remain in the calculation for the school tax rate and for school aid formulas. That's pretty much the upside of the settlement versus the downside of going to trial and having a judgment that would declare a refund against the county that would be due upon service of the judgment, which would also include interest, statutory interest, and costs. The statutory interest is based upon the federal short-term interest rate for each year. The first year at issue is 2015. The federal short-term rate, it's simple interest that's added each year, would probably be in the neighborhood of 20 to 25% for the first year at issue, which is a significant number. This settlement waives refunds, it waives interest, it waives costs, and it sets a payment schedule that attempts to set a glide path for the school district so that the payments are regular, and we tried to maximize the payments where we could. 2 years ago, a similar settlement was before this legislature under the guise of a pilot. The payments that were made over that period in 2019 are the equivalent of about $207 million total school payments. The payments that will be made to the school districts under this settlement proposal is approximately the same, $207 million. So this settlement attempts to approximate what was before this legislature 2 years ago. And we will discuss the details of the mechanism and the refund amounts in the executive session.
I just want a question that I'll open up to the floor, but the trial date of May 31st before Judge DeStefano, is that a firm trial date?
It is a firm trial date.
No adjournment is possible at this point?
Well, not at this time. The judge has been very diligent in scheduling conferences every week by phone. During the most recent conference last week, it was reiterated that May 31st remains the trial date. It's set in stone. I think the court's thinking, and the thinking is that it'll encourage settlement by keeping that trial date.
How long do you estimate the trial would be?
If full evidence is produced from appraisers, engineers, consultants, the trial could last from 3 weeks to about, I'd say about 6 weeks.
Okay. And whatever the outcome of the trial is in terms of the assessed values, do those assessed values take effect immediately?
It would upon service of the judgment. What would happen is the assessor would be directed to reduce the assessments on the assessment roll. Refunds would be calculated, and it would be a strong precedent for subsequent years in terms of value for the plant.
Okay. Legislator DeRidge-Whitten.
Thank you. If you recall, with the last proposed settlement, there was an issue because LIPA does not, in fact, own the property in the Glenwood Landing area, so we were unable to even think about having a pilot because you cannot receive a pilot if you don't own the property. So my question is on page 11 of the settlement, the title is Pilot Payments for Glenwood Landing. How are we entering into another pilot agreement? And it also says, by the way, for E.F. Barrett, I am not as familiar, I apologize, as to whether or not they own the property, but I know for a fact that National Grid owns the property that LIPA is evidently seeking and getting a pilot for. And again, this was discussed 2 years ago, and we said we couldn't do it.
It's a misnomer on that page. I don't believe I have the same packet that you do, but the mechanism that will be used here is not a pilot. It is a direct assessment. Direct assessment which will be placed on the property by the assessor pursuant to the Nassau County Administrative Code under the assessment section. Basically, it sets, by setting a direct assessment on the property, it incurs a definite charge each year. It's not a pilot.
Has that ever been done before, a direct assessment?
Not to this degree, no.
What is the difference between an assessment, a
direct assessment and
a pilot?
A pilot is authorized under the real property tax law for property that's owned or controlled by a public benefit corporation or public authority such as LIPA. As to whether that's a pilot basically exempts the property from the roll and payments are made in lieu of taxes for a period of years. A direct assessment basically has the same effect. The property will be treated as exempt, but for purposes of calculating the school tax rate And for the school aid formula, the assessed value remains a factor.
Are you familiar with Article 1 of the real tax law?
Article 1 of the, what, the
Of
real
the
property tax law?
Yeah, real property
Yes,
tax
I
law.
am.
Are you familiar with the term for special assessment?
Yes, I am.
According to my counsel, the special assessment term, which again has never been used before, is used for some type of like a service charge more than the actual assessment of, especially of something like
Okay.
a utility like LIPA, which
Right.
is
A special assessment is usually used for special districts like sewer or water. What is being proposed is a direct assessment that is different than what is defined in Title I of the real property tax law. This comes under the administrative code of the county under Section 6-7, and the assessor does assess direct assessments on property for the purposes of a charge to reimburse for property damage from a sidewalk or code enforcement or delinquent charges.
from what I've been told, because honestly, first of all, this was given to me this morning, so I'm sorry, but like, if there was a mistake, that should have been corrected prior to it being given to all the legislators as a reference, number one. Number two, from what I'm hearing, this term, which is really new and never been used before, is really used for like a service, like if you're going to be using the sewer in an area, you're going to be charged, a direct settlement rather than. That's just basically the way that we charge for fees, not for a building, a utility building that is, I can't, I have to be honest with you, this is a pilot. There's no other way to say it. And for you to be able to assess the amount a company's going to be paying, if you look at the 5-year outlook, if you look at some of the data that you provided, how do you know what the amount is? Like, we don't set our assessment based on that. We assess it on the value, and what the value of the property is per year is what determines what the amount that's going to be paid. So if you know what the amount is going to be paid 5 years after all this, that's a pilot. There's no other way to, we can stand here and call it, we have some other words for it, but, it's Lent. But it's a pilot, no matter what you call it, and we can't legally give them a pilot.
Well, I would take issue with whether this is a pilot or not. This is the mechanism that basically we came to. We originally approached this as a pilot, and under the real property tax law, Section 412A does allow a pilot to be given to property that is owned or controlled by a public authority or public benefit corporation. LIPA is such a authority, and they do have control of the property through contract with National Grid. They control the sale of power from these plants. That's as to the pilot. We started out with a pilot. As we've negotiated, we came to this, the direct assessment, because we thought it would be the most beneficial solution to the school districts with respect to the calculation of state aid for school aid and for the tax rates.
Just to, if you're going to be correcting this information that we were just given today, I don't have a page number, but the pilot is mentioned another 2 or 3 times when you're discussing the settlement proposal. This is, even you guys are calling it a pilot. I don't know how else it can be. You can't get around calling it something that it's not, especially when it says in here that the schedule is over for 11 years. So this is a, these are scheduled payments. That's what a pilot is. Again, I think for that reason, there's a real problem with this. The other thing that I want to just mention, when I guess this was when 2010 when this proposed settlement or case lawsuit was first discussed. I met with the assessor at the time, and I was with Mayor of Seacliff, Bruce Kennedy was with me. And when we sat down, they said, "Don't worry, there are 4 categories that assessment is broken up into. LIPA falls into the utility category, which is number 3. They are basically assessed by production. So, and which makes sense because this company is making more electricity and making more money now than ever. Yet they didn't need the antiquated, mechanisms or machines that were in the old buildings, so they raised the building. But regardless of how they're doing it, it's almost like going from a computer that used to take up a room to a laptop. Okay, great. You have less space that you're taking up. But it hasn't cut back on any of their profits or anything. So how is it, is it true that this category 3 is based on what a utility produces?
It's based in part on capacity and what they produce. A component of that is also the structure itself, how old it is, where it is in its life. As far as the capacity of these plants, it has significantly decreased over the years to the current time. The E.F. Barrett plant is currently operating, I believe, at 40% capacity. The Glenwood Landing plant is pretty much reduced to 2 plants that are peak plants. They only run when there's a need for electricity in the grid. So as far as capacity goes, there has been declining and decreasing efficiency and capacity at both of these plants over the years.
I can tell you that peak plant runs quite often.
Okay.
It runs almost constantly, and we've had people, you can hear it running. It's not that hard to determine. That peak plant is constantly going. And we do have those, we have wires coming from Connecticut now rather than having this big building. But the bottom line is, how can this company come in here and make all this money and almost a monopoly, LIPA? And another subject I want to get to, they say they don't own the property that they've been occupying for the last 50 years, that they've contaminated for the last 50 years, we would have to assume. And they have a hold harmless letter from National Grid. So they're going to say they're not responsible for any of the environmental cleanup either, LIPA. They've already told me that. We don't even know. I don't think we've even done any type of environmental study yet. But I can only imagine being councilwoman and legislator for Glen Cove across the little harbor there. I know the millions, I know 20 million just for a couple of companies to clean up that creek. So I can imagine what the environmental impact. And LIPA has a hold harmless letter? Like, doesn't anyone think that, yes, the school district, look, I'm very concerned about school, but I'm also concerned about any future environmental cleanup that I think should be part of the settlement, honestly. So, again, in my opinion, the fact that Pilot is all over this, as a legislator, I don't know how I'm supposed to work if you give me something today, and then now you stand up there and tell me it's not a pilot, and you have it mentioned, I think we found it 4 or 5 times already in this settlement packet. So how the heck am I supposed to say this isn't a pilot if, as a legislator, I'm handed a packet an hour ago, speaking of, that was also a pretty not so great thing, that the settlement, I think we finally got it Friday at 3. I know my school district heard nothing for a long time, not one thing. So, talk about, I agree with Senator D'Amato. My father's always liked you, Don DeRiggi. And you remind me of each other if you really want to know the truth. But it's not the way to handle something that's so important. This is one of the most important settlements to the North Shore and Island Park areas, and it's almost like what I heard. The average is going to be in the North Shore area is $200 a month more in school districts by the time this is in school taxes by the time this is done. That is such a huge hit, and I don't know the exact numbers for Island Park, but I hear it's more, and not for anything, but the annual income on the North Shore might be a little bit higher, higher than Island Park. So you're talking about a huge hit on both sides of our county. And again, the way this is being handled in the secretive way that it was done without giving this, the school districts are doing their budgets, and they didn't even have an opportunity to see this settlement until Friday. So I really think that this should not go any further than it is going right now. I understand that there's a court date, but again, I think if the right judge looks at this and understands that the assessment of Category 3 with production should not give this company 1 ounce of a reduction. And I think we should table it.
Legislator Ford, Rhodes, and then Ferretti.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm over here. I represent the Island Park School District, Island Park and Oceanside, and as well as joining Legislator Georgie Witten in watching out for our school districts. I have a couple of questions. You know, considering the pilot, you said that this is going to be a direct assessment on the properties.
Yes.
So, because my question would have been that on a direct assessment, since it's even though it's exempt, it would still be on the tax rolls, correct?
The property itself would be exempted off the roll. It would be on the exempt portion of the assessment roll.
So then, over the next 5 or 10 years, during this agreement, even if properties, especially in Class 3, were assessed at a higher rate, they would not be subjected to any increase in property taxes. Am I correct? Their assessment would stay the same?
No, I believe any reduction, I believe that the reduction would be absorbed by the other properties in that class.
But what I'm asking, though, is that when you have, like, a utility, and they're paying property taxes, and the assessor determines that in that class, taxes are going to be increased, like, say, the value, I'm saying it wrong, whatever the taxable rate would be higher, so that may be, like, say, Verizon buildings. If they were paying $1 million a year in taxes, and the taxes went up in their class, their taxes would go up to $1,100,000. So that you would be collecting more taxes from that entity, which then can help hold off the cost of the increase of taxes for residents in the same jurisdiction.
There would be a shift, yes.
Okay. So by this agreement with the direct assessment, what Delia was, may I call you Delia during this? Okay, thanks. What Delia was saying, though, is that basically, even though you're calling it a direct reassessment, it truly then is a pilot.
It would have the same effect as a pilot. It would be exempted off. It would be on the exempt portion of the roll.
All right, and then, okay. So it's not gonna, yeah, I thought maybe there would be, all right. Okay. You stated that, LIPA has determined that the Barrett Power Plant is only at 40% capacity currently, correct?
That was the data that they gave us, yes.
Is this the gas part of it, or is this a total property, including the turbines?
I believe it's the total property.
Okay. Have they, and I know that they looked at the past, and as we look to the future, we know that the Barrett will be providing 2 stable feed lines over to the Bay Park Sewage Treatment Plant. We're converting from having them generate their own power to where we ran these cables under the canal over to the Bay Park Sewage Treatment Plant. So there would be a more stable electrical source, power source. So do they take that into consideration for the future? Would that increase in the power capacity?
I don't know.
And also,
it was never done. Yeah.
and then tomorrow night, I'm going to be attending a hearing in regard to the wind farms that Equinor is looking to build off the coast of Long Beach. And I forget what their megawatt output is going to be, but their intention is that they would run those cables from the wind farms up Austin Boulevard over to basically the Barrett Power Plant at this point. So that would also then increase the capacity, or basically what the Barrett Power Plant would be generating or working with. Restoring?
It could. We don't have a time frame for that as far as when it would come in or how would it affect the value.
But it should affect it on making it more valuable, because we also know that whether or not you go, green energy obviously is the way that everybody's going. So when you look at power, when you look at wind power, when you look at solar, as good as it is, it's not very stable. So we require, in many instances, to maintain power plants such as the Barrett in order to provide a more stable power source, that where we can then Eventually, I think they're looking at eventual battery storage. You know, I have solar power in my house, so I could get a battery storage which will end up holding the solar power. It could store it up to 3 to 5 days, all right? So this, I'm guessing, would be that what would be installed at some location to be able to store the power. So, I mean, so this logical location would be the Barrett. So wouldn't that do something to the actual value of the property rather than just what it's power that it's generating?
Yes, and under the agreement, if there's an increase in value or output or capacity, that is something that the assessor will be able to capture by revising the assessment accordingly.
I don't know if I'm asking this unless it has to be done in the executive session, but when you looked at the impact of the taxes and we looked to see, I mean, Island Park is scheduled to go up, I'd say about at least $400 to $450 a month increase in their taxes once this is said and done. When you looked at, that would be page 14 of your settlement? 14, right? The illustrative settlement? Okay.
Yes.
When you looked at that, I know that the way that you calculated, you know, the increase of the normal school taxes, like basically, I guess, 2%. But in these calculations, have you included any anticipation of an increase in state aid, or is this without any state aid considered, or just the current state aid the school district is?
Yeah, this is without state aid.
So this is without. All right. I might have another question. All right. Can you come back? All right. Thank you.
Legislators Rhodes and Ferretti.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you could provide us with some background information. Obviously, through the packet, we know some information, but so that the public understands, what was the reason, if you can explain, for the overvaluation by the county? What was responsible for the dramatic decrease in the value of the property in comparison to what they were being assessed for?
When the original assessment was set at the beginning of this litigation, about 2010, the assessor was working off the inventory that they had for the property. They don't, to my knowledge, they don't go out there and inspect the property every, 6 months, a year, whatever it is. They do observe it from the right-of-way. They keep current with the records of what's out there. But based upon the inventory that was on that property, that was the genesis of the value. And the value stayed the same from 2010 to the current time. I believe it was revised about a year or two ago. But as the assessment has remained the same, the ratio for the class has been increasing, which would, decreasing, which increases the value of the property. You really did not, and that is the subject of a mass appraisal where they take the inventory and it's basically a computer program. For this endeavor, for the trial, we actually had the appraisers go out there, inspect it. Engineers did takeoffs. They had plans. They took everything apart, every nut, every bolt. They costed it out, $5 a bolt, whatever it was. And then they had to do a depreciation off that reproduction cost new. The plants are, I believe they're about 70 years old or so. The average life of a plant like this is about 60 years. So there was significant depreciation that was taken off the plant, even though LIPA and National Grid do maintain the property so that's in good, safe running condition. But notwithstanding that, the plant is an older plant, and it's not running at the full capacity that it was, say, 30 or 40 years ago.
Now, my understanding is that it's not just one plant. There's actually several plants on that property?
Well, there are different turbine, I guess you could call them plants. There are two large 190 megawatt turbines at the E.F. Barrett. The Glenwood Landing has smaller turbines because it's just a peaking plant. The E.F. Barrett plant is what's called a load plant. It has a higher capacity, and it has the two main plants and some smaller turbines there as well.
And in fact, it's also my understanding that at some point in time since 2010, one or more of those buildings have actually been demolished. Right?
Well, the Glenwood Landing building came down. That actually came down, I believe, 2015 or 2016. So all that's left of the plant there is a structure with the turbines, and there's pretty much a parking lot with a large tin shed, if you will, with the turbines inside them. The E.F. Barrett plant still has the large structure, but I know that one of the 190 megawatt plants is scheduled for retirement, I believe that this year or next year. The current purchase agreement for the plant, I believe, runs to 2027 or so.
Okay. I guess part of the issue then is that not only were they being charged for a plant that was not functional or was functioning at less than its capacity, in some instances they were being charged for buildings that no longer even existed.
Well, in the Glenwood Landing property, that's correct, and I believe that the assessment was revised to reflect the demolition of the building in 2016 or 17, I believe.
And why would, if you could explain, again, for the benefit of those who are listening here in the audience and those who may be watching at home, what is the impact of the county guarantee? Why is it Nassau County's problem that this took place?
Well, Nassau County is unique in that you have the county guarantee by statute. You are responsible for the refund. It doesn't, you refund on behalf of the school districts and the special districts and whatnot. That's all a creature of statute, and that's how that came to play into this. The county is pretty much the one at the table negotiating the best deal it can.
So, in other words, if there is a refund that's owed, whether it's a residential, commercial, in this case it happens to be to LIPA, it would be Nassau County taxpayers that would have to foot the bill for that, as opposed to individual taxing jurisdictions. Nassau County steps in as the umbrella organization that actually pays if there is a refund that's due, instead of those individual taxing jurisdictions, right?
That is correct, but the other side of that is that if the court finds a significant reduction in value, going forward, the revenues that are budgeted by the school district and municipalities will be based on a significantly reduced value, a value that's reduced about 75%.
Were you able to calculate a total potential exposure to county taxpayers if the litigation were successful, or is that something you can share?
I believe it's in the neighborhood of $500 million.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Legislator Freddie.
Thank you. Good afternoon. You mentioned there were two competing expert reports that were submitted, correct?
That's correct.
One was by the county, one was by LIPA, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. The one by the county, when was that submitted?
They were joint. They were filed at the same time in November of 2021.
Okay, so then the county expert opinion was submitted by the prior administration, correct?
Whoever was in charge in November of 2021.
Okay, so it was the prior administration.
Yep.
The county executive took over, the current county executive took over January 1st of 2022. So you would agree that it was the current administration that submitted that expert opinion, correct?
I didn't hear the last part of your sentence.
You would agree it was the current administration that submitted that expert opinion, correct?
No, it was filed in November of 2021.
Right. The current county executive took office
in January of 2022.
Correct.
Right. So the reports would have been filed under the prior administration.
Okay, that's right. That's what I was asking. Now, the $500 million total liability, potential total liability that you just indicated, would that be if the court were to agree with the expert opinion of the county, the expert opinion of LIPA, or something in between?
If the court were to determine the lowest value in front of it, there are some years where the county is lower than LIPA. There are some years where LIPA is lower than the county.
Okay. So where did the $500 million potential liability come from?
It's the reduction from $578 million in the first year, subtract $299 million, multiply it by the tax rate, and then you would accrue interest from the date of payment of taxes.
Do you have a number? Assume best case scenario. The court agrees with the county's expert. I'll call that best case scenario. It's really not a great case, but let's assume that the court agrees with the county's expert. What's the potential liability?
I don't have that exact calculation, but it's probably in the magnitude of somewhere between 250 and 400 million.
Okay. And so, as a result of that expert opinion, we're essentially faced with almost certain liability. If this were to go the distance.
Yes.
Between, what was the numbers again?
As far as the refund liability?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's somewhere between 250 and $500 million.
Thank you.
Okay, back to me.
Yep.
All right, thank you. Rich said it was okay. All right. I guess, one thing that Legislator Georgie Whitten touched upon was the environmental impact. So the Barrett Power Plant is going to stay at that location. So, and my concern also, because we know that the Barrett has impacted the environment in the area of Island Park, the residents, whether or not pulling in the water and all the other stuff, the smokestacks and whatever. So where is the certainty that this property will be cleaned and maintained even better than what it is right now?
That's not part of this settlement. This settlement has to do with the tax litigation and the tax liability. Specifically, the environmental issues were not addressed as part of the tax litigation.
All right, but so then let's consider when people grieve their assessments, okay, they're allowed to then grieve based on the fact that they're living close to a power plant. So either we can maybe look at 10,000 people from Island Park grieving their assessments, which we have to then look at, or we try to make out a deal with LIPR that maybe we'll get a little bit more from them in regard to this because they have a dirty power plant that's operating there, they and National Grid. Wouldn't it be easier to do it that way?
Yeah, I don't know what impact specifically the environmental issues would have on individual taxpayers. That may be an issue, but that is not really
But it does.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
It does. I'm sure that
well,
it does.
As far as the property tax litigation goes, our main concern was to minimize the liability of the county with respect to the upcoming trial.
And I respect that, because I do represent other areas other than Island Park. But, the intention, and as we move toward this, is not to sacrifice a school district in a neighborhood in the hopes of trying to push away a county guarantee. Because I feel that if it happens here and we destroy a neighborhood, what other neighborhoods are we going to destroy in the future if we think we can get away with it? So, and I guess my issue too would be that there are no meetings. When we had, 2 years ago, when we were talking about this settlement, we actually had meetings with our school district. I remember sitting in meetings with the school superintendent as well as the school boards, and they discussed the possibilities, what they were looking at, trying to get, and I know that we're not negotiating with the school districts, but at least they had the consideration of letting the school district know, basically, if they look at this, if they come to this number or that number, then what impact the school district would have on its finances and what impact it would have on the taxes for the residents in that area. And I see Mayor McGinty out here from Island Park, and I know he will attest to the fact that he also sat in on meetings as well, so that we would have a better understanding, and we have our library board director, Jessica Koenig. So I'm a little upset that I too only got this basically today to be able to review at such a short notice. I think that it would behoove the county to reach out to the communities and face this and let them know exactly what the settlement will mean to them. Has the county reached out to New York State at all? Considering that there is an increase of state aid that the governor is giving to the school districts, especially in Long Island, considering that there is extra money around, has the county reached out to the governor and our state representatives in the hopes of trying to get maybe an immediate increase in school aid, especially for whether or not it's the Glenwood Landing School District, Oceanside, and Island Park?
No.
Because I know we have, and it's been very frustrating that for the past, since we knew about this, we did have a meeting with our senator, our state senator at that time, asking, the state was very kind in providing a fund for the residents who live up at the Indian Point Power Plant. So they have this cash reserve, they have this little fund that they could count on to help offset with their taxes, their increase in taxes. And I had heard, and I believe that in the past, in other areas of New York State where maybe utilities were dismantled, we still provided. And I just find it, very callous on the part of the state, that despite our petitions to them, and I will be writing a letter to Governor Kathy Hochul asking her to have a little bit of kindness. And I'm hoping that the county, our county government, as we look to be able to alleviate this county guarantee, which we're subjected to, that you take every effort, you take every action to find monies that can help offset this increase to these school districts, to these poor taxpayers. I mean, the people in Island Park are not rich people. You know, I'm sure they wish they would, but they're not. They are truly, truly a working class community. And a lot of them are retirees, and what this is going to do can very well annihilate this district. And I'm hoping that you will join me, and I hope every single one up here will go after this state to say this is a disgrace. You know, Arnie, maybe I should have listened to you, but you were able, which makes me wonder how New York State, in the blink of an eye, can change the way that they calculated taxes in these new buildings so that a district such as yours, where you live, your taxes overnight, they came to agreement to say, you know what, we're taxing them too high, let's make a change and reduce their taxes. I'm not faulting you for that, but I'm faulting New York State. How can a state senate, a state assembly know full well that what we're facing here with these school districts and what it can do to our communities, and we have been trying for over 5 to 10 years to try to get their attention, to make the changes, to set up a fund, to be able to save these people and not force them to move out of their districts. Shame on New York State, and I'm asking each and every single one of you to join me in my anger and my outrage to say enough is enough. Let's get them the funding that they need. Thank you.
Legislator Drucker.
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, Legislator Ford, I do agree with you. However, the law that was passed did not just affect my district. It affected all of Nassau County.
No, what I meant, I didn't mean it was just your district. What I'm saying is, like, overnight, they did this.
Well, it was more than overnight, but that's another issue. So, disregarding the potential liability for the county after trial, and disregarding the potential long-term environmental impact, which I shudder to think about, because, you know, we're all familiar with the Grumman plume, which has devastated our aquifers. So I'm very concerned about the environmental impact that my colleague, Legislator Dirigi Whitten, had brought up. But putting that aside, to put it simplistically, you stated that with this settlement, the tax obligation of LIPA would appear on the exempt property portion of the tax bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so by being removed from the tax rolls, that hole or that gap is what is shifted onto the school districts, and by extension, then the residents of those districts. Isn't that correct?
That's correct to an extent, but my understanding is that the direct assessment mechanism keeps the value of the property in the equation for calculating a school tax rate. One thing I should clarify as well, as part of the settlement negotiations that have been ongoing at LIPA, LIPA has agreed to make payments to the school districts directly, above and beyond what is, that is separate from this litigation and the settlement. That is a separate third-party dealing between LIPA and the school districts, but it is something that LIPA is cognizant of, and it was part of the process of the settlement negotiations that the school districts would receive payments from LIPA.
And has it been thoroughly vetted that the direct assessment that you characterize is legally permissible?
We reviewed the Nassau Administrative Code with the real property tax law, and we believe there's no prohibition to using this mechanism.
You believe that, but are you 100% certain?
Everything is always subject to challenge. I mean, anything could be challenged.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to echo what Legislator Ford was mentioning a moment ago, that in fact the state, in its wisdom, when it was taking Indian Point offline, created a decommissioning fund, and all of the taxpayers in New York State pay into this decommissioning fund, and these monies go only to Indian Point. So there is precedent, and I would echo what Legislator Ford said, that the state of New York should step in. The state of New York should make these school districts whole, just like they're making the communities around Indian Point whole.
Unfortunately, the state isn't a party to this litigation,
understand that.
so
I
I
understand
can't
that.
speak for the state.
That was a rhetorical statement.
Okay.
Deputy County Executive, Arthur Walsh.
I'm just here to give you some late-breaking news. I've spoken to representatives of the North Shore School District, and they advised me that they have settled with LIPA and that it's subject to their school board vote, but they've settled. So North Shore School has been satisfied with the LIPA, and I just figure everyone should know that. I just got the call.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I know we had some speakers here from North Shore before, so Mr. Ludmer, did you want to? Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to come and speak today. Slightly intimidating, but here I go. So I live in actually Glenwood Landing. North Shore School District is made up of several little towns, but I live in the little town of Glenwood Landing. We don't get mail delivery in Glenwood Landing. We have to go to the post office to pick up our mail. It's a very tiny little area split between Oyster Bay and North Hempstead. When I first moved into the town, we asked a realtor about the plant down the hill. I asked questions about environmental damage. I asked questions about accidents. I asked questions about evacuation plans. I never thought to ask the question of what would happen if that plant was removed and the power that had been generated for all of Long Island was not going to be generated on that site anymore. That said, I got involved because we saw that was happening. We knew this was happening. We have watched this. We've been watching the deals be discussed for years. We understand the realities of the situation that both the county is in and our school district is in. And in light of that, we have made, subject to my board's approval, an agreement to resolve our case with LIPA and allow this to go forward. It's not an easy call. It's subject to my board, which is, again, not quite this, but still is the elected representative of the 15,000 people of our district who rely on our 2,500 kids to receive the fantastic education that we have worked hard to provide to them. This is going to be a very tough pill, but we do believe it is the right course of action. So that's what we came here to say today, and I appreciate your time and the opportunity to address you.
Thank you, Mr. Ludmer.
Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate you being here.
Can we just say that I would really like that to be on the record, and I know the Deputy County Executive did it also, but, you know, this has been going back and forth with the LIPA in the school district for the last few days, and I really, you know, I know we're not going to discuss the number, but let's just really hope that LIPA sticks to their word with this.
I appreciate that. I appreciate, obviously, Legislator Reggie Whitten, your advocacy for our district, and Legislator Ford as well. You know the pain that we are going to go through as a result of this. I certainly don't want anyone up there thinking that this settlement is going to make our district whole, or that this is going to be business as usual for our school district. This is painful. The analogy that I had used recently was that we know this plane is going to have a crash landing. The goal is to not have it be a fiery wreck with bodies. The goal here is to make it so our kids can survive and continue to make the education that we have provided to them continue. And that's what we're doing.
Well, thank you again. Appreciate
Thank you.
being here. Councilman Anthony D'Esposito.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer, Minority Leader. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. And while I respect the words of the previous speaker, in Island Park, I think we have the opportunity and want the opportunity to land that plane even a little bit safer. I want to start by saying thank you to all of you for the opportunity, and I want to thank the presiding officer and Legislator Ford for making themselves always available to the school district, the library, myself, and concerned Island Park residents. I also want to point out that there is no question in my mind that our current county executive, Bruce Blakeman, has been handcuffed into this agreement by the previous administration. I also want to say a thank you for bringing the attorney back up to the podium, because without that, everyone here today, everyone listening at home, our school board members, our superintendent, and everyone that came here today to voice their opinion and their concern would have been left once again in the dark. And that dark is seemingly what LIPA has been operating under for a long time. If you rewind back about 2.5 years ago, just about a week or two prior to our state and our nation shutting down for COVID, LIPA held an informational meeting at Lincoln Orange Middle School, the middle school that I graduated 8th grade from. And Tom Falcone sat on that stage and treated members of the audience like second-class citizens, operating under this cloak of secrecy. And it continues today. The residents of Island Park and the surrounding communities don't even know the details of this proposed agreement. We don't have the exact numbers. We are taking a guess that Island Park taxpayers could see the school portion of their taxes double. It could be more. The proposed agreement must be amended as a covenant not to sue, with the property remaining on the tax rolls. You should ask that this proposal be eliminate the part of the direct assessment, which would be consistent with the Northport settlement. I also want to remind you that I know none of you live in Island Park, but Island Park has suffered over the last decade or so. I remember the day after Hurricane Sandy, I was served as chief of the Island Park Fire Department, and I stood out in front of the firehouse, and I watched residents of our community walk down Long Beach Road towards the firehouse with everything that they had left in a basket on their heads. That is the devastation that Island Park has seen, and that devastation will continue. Of all the impacted school district, Island Park receives the greatest percentage of its tax base from the E.F. Barrett, and therefore will see the greatest increase in its bills. You should also be reminded that of all the impacted communities, Island Park serves the greatest number of families that live at or below the poverty line and qualify for free lunch. Tom Falcone, just as he did a little over 2 years ago with his smug look at Lincoln Orange Middle School, makes a proposal today with no briefing to the community. He's ignored the library. He's ignored the school district. He's ignored impacted parties. As a matter of fact, this very hearing should have took place in Island Park so the residents could hear the outcome of this proposal that we found out about 40 minutes ago we weren't allowed to hear anyway. Today in Newsday, we read about 4 LIPA executives who call Nebraska, Atlanta, Detroit, and Virginia home. I think we could agree on both sides of the aisle here that nobody in Nebraska, nobody in Atlanta, nobody in Detroit, and nobody in Virginia cares one bit about the tax impact of residents in Island Park. I ask that the county legislature demand from LIPA the fair share to the Island Park schools. And realize this case and the case that we've proposed in the town of Hempstead, which is going to be heard at the end of the month, also by the Village of Island Park, we're not arguing the value. We are arguing of whether LIPA had the legal authority to argue the value. And that's what needs to be focused on here. So at the very least, I ask that this legislature hold off on making a decision until the town of Hempstead, the Village of Island Park, the school district could be heard in their case at the end of the month. And again, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Again, Presiding Officer, Legislator Ford, thank you for always being available to the Island Park community. I know that you guys hear our voices, and it's also very clear that Tom Falcone and the executives that live hundreds of miles from Nassau County are completely deaf to the concerns of the Island Park communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman. We thank you for your strong advocacy on behalf of the community. You know, I agree with you. The LIPA has acted not like a public entity, but as a remote private business. And I think all of us join with you and urge LIPA to do the right thing. I mean, the Island Park School District, because of its unique background and socioeconomic situation, this will have a devastating effect. So LIPA needs to step up to the table and do the right thing with this community. We strongly urge them to do that.
Excuse me, Presiding Officer, I just have one question.
Sure.
It would be for the attorney that was... Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Your name escaped me, I apologize. I just have one simple question. Was this administration, let me go back, I'm gonna have a couple. You said that this was an agreement that was created in November 21?
No, the litigation's been ongoing since 2010.
No, the agreement.
Yeah. The agreement has been subject to negotiation since last year, since 2021.
2021,
Yep.
okay. The provisions encased in this particular settlement that we are looking at today was finalized when?
Well, it was a tentative settlement was reached late February, early March, I believe,
Of
2022.
Okay.
2022.
So it was this administration that agreed to these provisions that was sent down to this body?
To a tentative settlement, yes.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. I'm pleased to be joined. We're pleased to be joined by the Superintendent of Island Park Schools, Mr. Vincent Randazzo.
I also want to thank the legislature for providing me with the opportunity to speak to you this afternoon as well. So I think what I'd like to do is sort of begin with some of the questions that I was thinking about as I was hearing Mr. Vincelette explain some of the details to you, and I guess I can give you some more details before you hear them in executive session. The first that's really perplexing to me is how is it possible that the county's appraisal would be less than LIPA's? And I think that the answer to that question is pretty easy. You should first look at when Mr. Vincelette was hired by the county and how long it took for that appraisal to get done. Because speaking with my special counsel, who deal with tax certiorari cases all the time from East Syracuse, New York, they have informed me that at minimum, it would take a year and a half for a cost approach appraisal to be done correctly. So how is it possible that this cost appraisal approach was done in that time period and then submitted in November? It sounds like it was rushed. And that's really the first thing that I want to speak to the legislature about today, is please do not rush through this process, because I think we've heard how badly the residents, the families, and most importantly, the students of Island Park will be impacted by this settlement agreement. We ask that the county takes the time to fully understand the agreement and ensure that it accurately reflects the county's understanding and is free from errors. So for example, if this agreement goes through, Nassau County does not have this tax liability at the end, this refund liability. But let's think about this for a second. Mr. Vincelette also just informed us that basically since 2010, the county has been doing what is called a drive-by assessment of the E.F. Barrett power plant. So if you had the ability for all of these refunds, why didn't the assessor take the time to go into the building and accurately assess the plant, as opposed to drive by and do an assessment, if there's this fiduciary responsibility? As far as legal authority over this direct assessment, I think many of the legislators here asked some really good questions, because we've been asking the same questions since we had access to the agreement. The school district has not been provided with any legal authority to support a direct assessment or its methodology. It's not clear that the property can be exempt because it's not owned by LIPA, as the legislator pointed out earlier. It's unclear whether the school payment will have the same protections as real property tax payment. So what happens if the district is not made whole by the county? What happens if LIPA doesn't make those payments? Due to the lack of legal authority supporting the proposal, there's potential that the settlement will be challenged. And I think Mr. Vincelette explained that to us very articulately just now, that anything's up for a challenge. So one of the things that we spoke about dating back to 2019 was this idea of a pilot, and how a pilot has a deleterious impact on a school district based on the tax cap calculation. So again, I think you've asked really smart, pointed questions. What is the difference between a pilot and a direct assessment? We have a statutory responsibility to report our tax levy to the state comptroller on March 1st. We've already done that. My budget newsletter is complete. We've done all of our budget publications for the community. We've done all of our presentations. Tomorrow, the Board of Education is going to adopt that budget. How could we go back and change that now without any directive when we don't even understand the difference between a pilot and or a direct assessment and how we plug that number into the tax cap calculation? One of the things that we pointed out from the get-go was that we preferred a covenant not to sue. We understand the county's position. We know the school district's position. We know that it's a benefit to everyone to try to resolve this litigation, but it's got to be fair to everyone, and especially to the students and the families and the communities that I represent. The Northport settlement used the covenant not to sue, meaning LIPA and National Grid already agreed to this in the Northport settlement. So why is it not a covenant not to sue here in Nassau County? I think you should ask Mr. Vincelette to explain that to all of you as well. LIPA and National Grid have already agreed to this in 2020. So why are we going the route of a direct assessment, and why are we not doing a covenant not to sue, which would then keep the properties and all of its parcels on the tax rolls? I think that's a question for Mr. Vincelette. I think it should be done here in public rather than in executive session. The covenant not to sue provides payment certainty for LIPA and National Grid, which is what they're looking for. It is our understanding that much of the agreement, as it is structured right now, is a covenant not to sue already. All that they have to do is to change the agreement, which would keep the property on the tax rolls rather than moving it to roll 8. It would keep it on at roll 1, and they would be assessed. And then there's the uncertainty with the community. As Councilman D'Esposito pointed out, at least back in 2019, the previous administration in LIPA came to Lincoln Orange Middle School. They made a presentation. That hasn't even happened here, and here it is before the committee to vote on. I will be the one receiving the phone calls from concerned residents, from retirees who are on fixed income, asking me to explain to them what this means on their tax bills. And I will have to give them the answer that I just simply cannot answer the question, which is not what they want to hear. It should not be the responsibility of the school district to explain this to the residents of the community. It should be the county and the administration that put this deal together. It's unclear how the removal of this facility would impact the community's tax rate. Again, I believe that question was asked to Mr. Vincelette, and he couldn't answer it at this time. And there is concern, as Senator D'Amato pointed out earlier, that the bills will double. The tax bills for the residents of the community will double. And as Councilman D'Esposito pointed out earlier, we do, out of all the impacted school districts, we have the most students who qualify for free and reduced price lunch. I can give you that exact number. It's 43% of our community. Prior to Hurricane Sandy, that number was in the 20s. It has doubled. Island Park has become a transient area. Many people from the city move here because they want to provide their children with an exceptional education, so they move into our community. It's a place for them to start. It's a place for them for a starter home, and now this is just going to be hitting them right over the head. And I know that very often, in probably the package that you have, right, this settlement agreement is coined a glide path. There is no glide path to this agreement at all. It's a cliff. In the 2019 agreement, the first year was the base year. So the community had time to adjust. The school district had time to adjust. We had time to inform our community. We had time to budget appropriately. We don't have that time now. There is no base year. Next year, right off the bat, the district is already looking at a $3 million hit. And it's a hole that we have to fill. And I'm not really sure how we're going to fill that hole. One of the things that I'd like to point out, and when you have an opportunity to take a look at the new settlement agreement, is I would ask you to compare the new payments that are in the schedule in this new agreement to the 2019 schedule, because I had the opportunity to do that. And what I could share with you is that from 2019, from that agreement to this agreement, the district is going to lose an additional $530,000 over the course of that 5-year glide path. So this deal actually is much worse than the original deal. There is no base year. We're scheduled to lose an additional $530,000. And even back in 2019, we explained when this was proposed in January that we were already in the midst of building our budget. And at that time, we were building the budget. Now the budget is built. We've already submitted the tax cap calculation over to the state comptroller, and there's really no going back at this point. And of course, I wouldn't want to see any child hurt. I wouldn't want to see any community hurt. And I'm happy for the North Shore School District that they were able to settle and decided to make that announcement here today. But here's what I will tell you, the difference between North Shore and the Island Park schools is, besides what we've talked about with respect to the income of those families, Glenwood Landing was mothballed 10 years ago. That community had 10 years to prepare for this. E.F. Barrett is still pushing out megawatts. As Legislator Ford said, the county has invested $20 million to add new direct power lines to the Bay Parkway sewage facility treatment plant, which means that Barrett isn't going anywhere. I've asked Mr. Falcone directly to tell me the decommissioning plan for E.F. Barrett, and he's giving me 3 different numbers. He told me 10 years, 12 years, or 15 years. So I ask you as legislators, so I can go back and let my community know, why are we not being provided with the same opportunity that Glenwood Landing was provided, which was to at least have 10 years to prepare for this hit, as opposed to have to prepare for it overnight? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Randazzo. Jessica Koenig, Island Park Public Library.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Like every public library, our library serves everyone, from newborns to senior citizens. I know that all of you are involved with your community libraries, and you know what libraries do. We are the heart of the community, providing materials, programs, technologies, and support to all residents. Today, I want to make you aware of the impact that this proposed settlement will have on our library. As you know, the library, well, as you know from the fact that you weren't given complete information either, the library has not received any information about the current settlement proposal. Thus, we are working off of Newsday articles and the numbers we received from the last proposal being considered. Our community is concerned. They want and deserve timely information about this settlement. We were promised in 2020 that the community would be given information in a public forum before any vote. We in the school district are putting our budgets before the community in a month, as Superintendent Randazzo mentioned. These budgets were formulated months ago. It is unfair to ask the community to vote upon these budgets when there is not a true picture of what their school and library taxes are actually going to be. Based upon the information that we do have regarding the previous proposed settlement, which I understand now from what Superintendent Randazzo said, this new one is even worse. That previous one was a 7-year deal, and this one, if it's an additional $500,000 for the school district, I know that it's going to be more money for the library also. In the last one that had a 7-year quote-unquote glide path, we were standing to lose over $320,000, which is approximately 22% of our $1.5 million budget. To put that in context, a 2% increase as allotted under the tax cap is $28,000 for us. So when you consider $28,000 and what does it mean to have an enormous gaping hole after 5 years of $320,000, how are we supposed to survive that, honestly? Losing almost a quarter of our budget will have a severe impact on us. Based on this impending settlement, we are already reducing staff, planning to not fill positions of very key people who are going to retire this coming year, and we will likely continue with the hiring freeze going forward for years to come. Years to come. As our staff gets smaller and smaller, we will, by necessity, have to cut our services to the community. In short order, we will not have enough people to cover the amount of hours we are open per week, and we'll have to cut our operating hours. Soon, we will not have enough people to choose materials, to plan and run programs, or full funding for programs, and many of our programs will end up being cut. These are programs that our seniors rely on for exercise, stimulation, and socialization, programs that our students rely on for school assistance, programs that our young families rely on to provide early childhood educational experiences, and social networks to navigate the challenges of living, working, and raising families on Long Island. Growing and improving our library, which is what we concentrate on previous to this, will be out of the question, as we will not even be able to maintain anything close to the level of services that we provide now. Now, I do want to say that we understand that there will need to be some impact felt as a result of any settlement that is achieved. As Anthony D'Esposito had mentioned, this is Island Park. We have literally survived floods and built our way back brick by brick. We understand, but the severe level of this impact and the lack of any monetary relief to absorb that impact will be crippling to us. This proposed settlement leaves our library with an impossible choice. The first choice being, do we ask our voters, many of whom are on a fixed income or struggling to afford living on Long Island, to absorb double-digit increases every year for several years just to try to maintain a reasonable level of service? In our district, as Superintendent Randazzo mentioned, 43% of our community is below the poverty line. One could argue that libraries are even more crucial in a community like ours. And so, our second choice, do we make cut after cut after cut to this under-resourced community's library until the library becomes simply a shadow of its former self? So what am I asking for today? Well, first, I want to echo Superintendent Randazzo that perhaps it makes sense to really slow the process down and be sure that this is the best way to go. Second, should the settlement go forward, I want to make sure that the library's portion of the funds that LIPA will be paying are specifically identified in the settlement. We have received previous assurances from the county that this would be the case, but that would need to be memorialized in any deal. If there is a settlement, the library needs to be issued its own separate payment schedule. As a school district public library, all funds due the library, are distributed to us by the district. So the district must have clear instructions as to what exactly the library is supposed to receive in order for us to get the payments. Next, just as it has been recognized by everyone, really, that school districts need an additional payment from LIPA in order to cushion the blow for their residents, we need that also. I think that's one of the things that's been the hidden story here. Any settlement should include a separate payment to the library to ease the transition of the taxpayers from where they are now to where they will be ending up in 5 years. I am asking you, the legislature, to consider our predicament and require an additional payment to us from LIPA in any settlement. I want to stress also, and this speaks to the state aid piece, I think everybody will be surprised to hear that libraries receive very little state aid. We receive 31 cents per capita, which right now is approximately $2,600 per year. There is no pipeline for us to be able to receive additional state aid. We tried to see whether we could get any money through that cessation fund, but as was mentioned by previous speakers, that's only for Indian Point. So let me state this clearly. There is no monetary relief for us coming from anywhere else, so that's why I'm asking you. And finally, we need information. All along, we have requested information. We sent hundreds of letters from the community to LIPA, which went unanswered, and that just goes with what previous speakers have said about how LIPA treats the community in a very high-handed way. We asked questions at the community meeting in January of 2020 for the last proposed settlement. We were assured we would be kept in the loop, but that didn't happen. Anything we know about this proposed settlement, we found out from reading Newsday. Our community wants answers, and we need to be able to assure them that their library, the heart of their community, will not be broken by this deal. So please remember and help the Island Park Library. Our families and seniors are depending on you to not let this unfortunate situation destroy us. Thank you.
Mayor Mike McGinty. Welcome back, Mike.
Presiding Officer, thank you. Legislator Ford, thank you. Under normal circumstances, Rich, I would say it was a pleasure to be here. Good afternoon. I stand before you today to discuss the proposed LIPA settlement. I stand before you in supplication. I stand before you as a plague of locusts is about to descend on Island Park. Island Park, which is made up of the incorporated village and the unincorporated areas of Barnum Isle and Harbor Isle. Homogeneous communities, and as previous speakers have noted, 43% of which need free lunch. 43%. Island Park has been and remains the host community to the Barrett Power Plant, and all that implies. We have lived in its shadow with all the deleterious effects it beholds. We've been given promise after promise, all of which have been broken. We were promised structural upgrades being touted as 95% environmentally enhanced and a 90% increase in efficiencies. We were promised by then Chairman Kessel that there would never be tax certiorari proceedings brought before the state Supreme Court. Promises made and promises broken. As I stand before you today, the Island Park School District is being proposed a deal with incremental reduction in property taxes. These property taxes impact the school district in the estimated amount of $15 million per annum, roughly 45.5% of the total school district budget, property tax budget. Island Park is a true blue-collar community, a community made up of those who give so much of themselves on a daily basis. Veterans, those in active military service, police and firefighters, first responders. The result of this settlement will be a draconian increase in residential property taxes, paralleled with an exponential loss of business. The result, broken dreams, promises made and promises broken. While this settlement may benefit Nassau County, it spells disaster for the residents of Island Park, their children, and their grandchildren. Now, this case has been going on over 10 years. I beg of you, please do not rush to judgment. Let us have our day in court. It's a month away, month and a half away. Let us have our day in court. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Richard Sharon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm a resident of Harbor Isle, the Harbor Isle section of Island Park. I'm also a member of the audit committee of the school district, and I've been a member of this committee for a long time. I've also been active in this issue for a decade. I would have had prepared remarks had I known in advance that this hearing was happening, but I got no notice. I've spoken at every opportunity, every community meeting. Others have spoken at the meeting that was held 2 years ago. I had a whole presentation. I could have presented it here. I'm going to try to present some of it here from memory. And Denise Ford, I've been working with you on this for a decade. Maybe 8 or 9 years ago, we went with the school district to LIPA's headquarters and met with the then chairman to speak about this issue. My point is, we've known this has been coming for a very, very, very long time. I've gone to community meetings, town of Hempstead meetings, begged for help from our legislators. And to be honest, the school district, we were alone. We were basically alone. But we knew what was coming. It's so late in the game now, I worry. I worry it's too late. I'm honestly worried. And I know this community, I've raised my family in this community. We cannot withstand the increases that you're talking about here. It's just not possible. So many people are struggling. I see it. So let me talk about some of the issues. There's public service agreements and there's other written contracts that apply to the situation. But really what you're talking about is a social contract. National Grid and LIPA have a social contract with this host community. Okay? That plant is the most polluting plant on Long Island by far. Multiples worse than Caithness and every other plant you can think of. It's probably one of the most polluting plants on the entire East Coast. It's old, it's polluting, it's loud, it pollutes the water, it pollutes the air, it pollutes everything. We put up with this. We accepted this. The contract was that we would accept these and our property values would go down and frankly, you know, we'll put our health is at risk. There's also the largest natural gas feeding pipeline going to that plant, coming from New Jersey, traveling to that plant right under our community. That, as Mr. D'Esposito, you don't know, is because he was chief. If there was ever a problem with that line, our entire community would be destroyed. I know there's secret plans to deal with what would happen in the event of emergency, but it's very dangerous. That plant is a behemoth, a polluting behemoth, and we accept that. And in return, the deal was, the social contract was, that we got this utility to pay for half of our tax liabilities. So we do have slightly lower taxes than other communities. But the deal is that they will continue to pay those taxes, and we will continue to put up with this polluting plant in our midst. And it's there. You can't miss it. And what happened was, LIPA decided that they don't care. They don't care about this social contract. They don't care about us. And they started this 10 years ago. And, you know, I shudder to think what the community is going to be without that money. It's literally almost half of our school budget. Do you know what that is? I mean, we've been talking about this for years. What are we going to do? Is the school district going to be able to survive? Are we going to have to merge with Long Beach? The school district probably will not exist if this deal goes through. So it's very disturbing to find out that a deal is done, and it's coming before this committee, and the committee is to decide on it without any notice to the community at all. What have I been doing the past 10 years? I mean, it's so disrespectful to all of us who have been working on this for so long. Our school district has hired lobbying firms. We hired special counsel. We increased our budget for legal expenses to pay for this. We brought our own lawsuit. We've been fighting this for so long. The least you can do is table this out of respect for us and not push this through. It's not right. It's just not right. And as far as a non-disclosure, the idea that you cannot disclose the terms of this agreement to the community, to the people that it's going to impact, it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. 2 years ago, when the previous administration put forward their deal, which was horrible, at least they had a presentation. They told us exactly what the ramifications were, what it was going to cost us, what each household was going to have to pay. We have no idea now. It's some black box. It's ridiculous. And, you know, I'm an attorney, and you can go to trial, you can lose, you can appeal. You can appeal, and you can buy more time that way. And you can also, most importantly, you can advocate to the state. You can advocate to the politicians. LIPA is a political body, okay? They're a political body. They answer to the state. They have constituencies. If you make this is what we've been trying to do for the past decade, Denise and others. You need to let them know that there's a price to pay if they do this to our community, okay? And I personally believe that the most effective way to address this is politically. So I urge you all to table this, come up with a new plan, fight it politically, and do what you can to help us, because we need the help. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sharon.
Can I make, I really feel, first of all, I just want to mention.
I have one more speaker, the president of the Board of Education.
I just would like to make a motion to table at this point, even before hearing from that. I think that there's also a real concern that on page 15, it says that the county legislature is going to...
Legislature Richard Whitten, you can make that, but I'd like to hear from our school board president.
But I just also want everyone to think before you vote on this table, the motion to table. It says on page 15 that the county legislator is going to approve the
President of the
pilot.
Board of Education.
So they want us to approve the pilot today. That's part of this settlement.
Let's say to Reggie Whitten, you would not want me to cut short
I apologize.
speakers from North Shore.
The only reason why I mentioned it was because your last speaker asked for a motion to table, so I wanted to oblige him.
You'll have an opportunity as soon as Mr. Bulbis is done.
I will try to keep my comments short. I think everyone that from Island Park that spoke earlier has hit all the points. I would like to just hit a few points, and one of the bullet points I'd like to hit is that we did hear about North Shore coming to an agreement with LIPA, okay, to settle their case. There was a previous litigation, as everyone knows, for the town of Huntington and Northport School District that came to an agreement with LIPA. It's important to know that Island Park is interested in the best agreement for the citizens and the taxpayers in Island Park, not anywhere else. So their agreements might be different for different people. We're looking for the best agreement for the people of Island Park. I'd also note that just as far as capacity goes, LIPA themselves, when we were negotiating this or discussing this back in 2019, gave us a report that said the E.F. Barrett power plant powers 300,000 households, not customers, not people, households. The North Shore power plant at that time powered 86, not 8,600, not 86,000, 86. Okay, there's a big difference between North Shore and Island Park. Okay, so we don't even know what the terms of that are. We also know that the appraisal that was submitted in the litigation for the Glenwood Landing plant and for the E.F. Barrett plant, the E.F. Barrett plant was appraised at 26 times the Glenwood Landing plant. So I would hope that when LIPA comes to Island Park to make an offer, it would be 26 times whatever the offer was to Glenwood Landing and to North Shore School District. That being said, there's also something, as far as the appraisal that went through in November. The appraisal that went through in November was rushed, as was said before. It typically takes over a year, year and a half. And the school district has had separate counsel that specialize in tax certiorari agreements, and we did actually engage an appraiser to make a preliminary appraisal of the power plant at E.F. Barrett. And I'll just tell you a purely rudimentary calculation. The land alone, without any of the structures considered on that land, was worth more than the appraisal that was submitted by the county. So there's a big problem as far as what happened here back in November. We were part of discussions with LIPA. We were part of discussions with the previous administration. There were Zoom meetings that happened frequently. And then at some point, the communication shut off, and we found out that these appraisals were going to be submitted to the judge in November, and that's what happened. We were cut out of it. We were part of it to begin with, and it's just not, we were led down the garden path, so to speak. My other concern here is something I voiced back in 2019, and I respectfully to everyone here, and I appreciate your time and you're bearing through this, and I'm going to get to the point really quickly. But we talk about the Nassau County guarantee that's part of the charter. It's a guarantee that the county appraises land, and if they make a mistake, they have to pay the difference. Okay? What's happening here is that the county made a mistake, or at least that's what the county says, because the county is saying that the land is not worth that much now. The court's going to say the same thing, supposedly, on May 31st. There's no question about it. But somehow, the county is able to absolve themselves from that responsibility and put the burden on the citizens of Island Park, because that's what's happening here. We're talking about $500,000, supposedly, that's going to be spread out among the taxpayers of Nassau County. Okay, I don't know what the hit per taxpayer would be, but you've heard what the hit per taxpayer in Island Park is going to be if this goes through. At the end of the glide path that we've talked about, we're talking about $45 to $50 million. That's a starting point for LIPA. $45 to $50 million. That gets us to year 5 or 6. We don't know what we're going to do after that, but at least it gets us to the end of their glide path. And then we can see, as Mr. Randazzo said, whether their decommissioning plan, whether it's 10 years or 12 years or 15 years or whatever goes into that space, we'll see what happens then. Hopefully it won't be any kind of a tax relief for whatever entity takes over that land, because this community, as we said, is not a wealthy community. I'm a taxpayer there, and I'm probably one of the better off people there. 43% of our taxpayers, again, Mayor McGinty said it, Mr. Randazzo said it, 43% of our children are on reduced or free lunches. And just to go back with what was spoken earlier about what came out yesterday, and of course we see the headline in Newsday that the governor and the legislature has decided that they're going to make this tremendous increase in school aid, and Long Island's going to reap the benefits of it. Well, Highland Park got a 2.53% increase, and you can look at the list of school districts, and you'll see that's, if not at the bottom, right at the bottom. $85,000. $85,000. You know what that does? That basically maybe balances the books for our free and reduced school lunches, which we're mandated to give at our own cost. So with that, I would just say, as all the other speakers said, let's not rush to judgment here. Let's take a good look at this, and let's put some pressure on LIPA. LIPA has to do the right thing. They're a public-private entity. They're not just some store on the corner that can go out of business and stop paying their taxes. They have a responsibility to the community. And I don't know whether they're hiding behind the PSE&G shield or vice versa, but there needs to be some kind of accountability for LIPA. They have to come forward with some funds to at least put these school districts in the right place. Thank you for your time.
Jack, before you go, I just have a question, and I saw that the increase for Island Park, the 2.5% increase that you got, is that based on the current state aid that you do get?
I think it's based on what we received, what our last state aid was. This is the increase over what we got.
So they didn't even include the money that you got in a pilot from LIPA?
No, this is just state aid. Like every school district, what I believe. I read the article in Newsday. I haven't even seen
because you always got less state aid than what you really were entitled to.
Correct, and that's the other anomaly that comes in here. As there's a lot of other factors that come into this because of the LIPA plant. Our wealth ratio, which is one of the determining factors in state aid. Okay, that is higher than it should be, because it doesn't really reflect the community. It only reflects the fact that LIPA has a plant there that takes up or pays 46% of the school district's taxes. So as one of the prior speakers said, to lose that 46% would basically double the school taxes for every other taxpayer.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, Legislator DeRiggi Whitten, you had a motion to table?
Yes, and I apologize. I didn't mean to cut you off. I was just impressed with the prior speaker and his request. So I would like to make a motion to table, but again, before I do so, I want to just point out this error that was mentioned by our attorney. I don't know how a packet can contain it. I forget how many times. But on page 15, it says that the pilot agreement needs to be approved by the county legislature. So can I ask you, Vince, if you could just state whether or not what we're approving includes, are we approving as a legislature a pilot right now?
No, you are not approving a pilot. Again, that's I guess an error. The date of that packet is February 10th, I believe, which was prior to it, the agreement.
Well, it was handed out today.
Yeah.
All right, so I would like to make a motion to table.
Second.
Okay, that's a motion, that's in the Rules Committee. It's a motion to table by Legislator DeRiggi Whitten, seconded by Legislator Bino. Arnie, I know you wanted to make the similar motion in Finance.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I would like to make a similar motion on behalf of the minority members of the Finance Committee.
I second that.
Seconded by Legislator Solage. Okay, there's no debate or discussion on the motion to table. So, you want to do Finance first, then Rules, in terms of the motion on the. All right, so we'll have Finance Committee members. All in favor of the motion to table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, the motion fails by a vote of 4-3. Rules Committee members, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Nay.
Aye.
Motion table fails. Here's the thing, the legislature, this will go before the two legislatures, assuming in a few moments it passes both committees, in 2 weeks. On April 25th, which is Monday, our meeting starts at 1 o'clock. What we're faced with is an imminent trial. It has been mentioned before, the appraisals that was submitted by the outgoing administration in November create a incredible problem for that trial. And we are stuck with those appraisals. As much as you don't like them, as much as you want to criticize them, at this point we are stuck with them. Before it was mentioned the possible exposure to the county of $500 million. In fact, with interest, et cetera, the actual number is $800 million. But that is not the only exposure. Exposure for a loss in this case is a greater reduction in assessed value that will take place immediately for these two school districts. I guess there's one school district at this point. So there's no pressure on LIPA. The only pressure that you can build on LIPA is public, and we all need to build that pressure. We need our colleagues in state government, and we need everyone in official life now to put that pressure on LIPA to do the right thing in Island Park. But again, this matter should be moving on to the full legislature in 2 weeks. There may be additional questions. We will be pursuing those questions in the next 2 weeks. But we fully anticipate there will be a vote on the settlement at that time. We are not having an executive session today, but we were going to ask that Mr. Vincelette, as well as all the administration, be prepared to come to both sides to answer any additional questions that we have that are of a more of a legal, technical strategy nature, as opposed to the details of the settlement. Is there any other debate or discussion? Okay, I'll call for a vote in the finance. You want to go?
For finance, we already had the motion before, right? Yeah. All right, all those in favor of this item, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
So I guess it's 4-3. 4-3.
Okay, rules. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? All right, it passes by a vote of 4-3. Again, this is the committee level vote, so it'll go before the full legislature, and all 19 will vote on this in 2 weeks. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we're going to start with the contracts portion of the Rules Committee. ask that the members of the Finance and Rules Committee report back. We are going to do the longevity amendment. All right, we're going to call both the Rules Committee and the Finance Committee to order. With respect to the Finance Rules Committee, I need a motion to suspend the rules. Moved by Legislator DeRidge Whitten, seconded by Legislator Schaefer. All in favor of suspending the rules signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed?
Aye.
Carries unanimously. I'll call the item, actually, now that's... we're going to be considering item 119 of 2022, moved by Deputy Presiding Officer Coppell, seconded by Minority Leader Abrahams. That is a resolution approving a memorandum of agreement and stipulation of settlement by and between the County of Nassau and the Nassau County Sheriff's Correction Officers Benevolent Association, Local 830, the Civil Service Employees Association, the Detectives Association, Inc., and the Superior Officers Association of the Police Department of the County of Nassau. Actually, a motion by Deputy Presiding Officer Coppell, seconded by Minority Leader Abraham. So that's before the Rules Committee. You want to do the same?
All right. Finance Committee, we're going to have to suspend the rules. Motion for that is made by Ms. Walker and seconded by Mr. Lafazan. All those in favor of suspending the rules, please say aye. Any opposed? The rules are suspended. I'm going to call number 119 of 22 on the addendum, which is a resolution approving a memorandum of agreement and set a stipulation settlement between the County of Nassau and Nassau County Sheriff's Corrections Officer Benevolent Association. Motion is made by Mr. Drucker and seconded by Mr. Ferretti.
All right, so the items are before us. Mr. B, would you want to come to the microphone and make a presentation?
Good afternoon, Presiding Officer and members of the Legislature. My name is Peter B. I'm joined here today by my law partner, Bill DeWitt, and also by the County Budget Director, Andrew Persich. And we are acting today as special counsel to the County Attorney. We were asked to assist in the County Executive's efforts to settle a pay dispute with the 6 unions that represent the unionized county workforce. In that connection, the problem, as the legislature may be aware and was described in a memorandum of support that we provided earlier today, is a somewhat complex problem, and like many complex problems, it has its origins in history. In this case, it began with the pay freeze of 2011, which froze virtually all categories of pay, and then was further triggered by certain memoranda of agreement in 2014, which unfroze many areas of pay. But as the legislative members may be aware, pay for county employees is divided into multiple categories of pay. There is base pay, night shift differential pay, holiday pay, and one category is longevity pay, which is a sum of money paid to county employees based on their years of service, and it varies somewhat between each one of the separate 6 unions, but basically it is your years of service multiplied by a sum of money that is the category known as longevity pay. In any event, when the 2014 memoranda of agreement were signed with the various unions and which unfroze most categories of pay, the topic of longevity pay was left to the side, and the documents indicate that it was to be further negotiated. In 2017, as that year ended and we began 2018, the problem came to a head in that it was the union's perspective that longevity pay would automatically return in January of 18, and it was the county's position that it would not return until and unless further negotiated. The result was that longevity pay was not paid and remained at the frozen levels that had existed since 2011. This pay dispute lingered and was litigated. It was in the courts between 2018 and 2021, and ultimately a directive was issued by the Appellate Division to arbitrate the dispute pursuant to the various unions' collective bargaining agreements and their mechanisms for dispute resolution ending in binding arbitration. As that process moved forward, the incoming administration determined to make an effort to settle this dispute rather than risk the vagaries of arbitration, which, as the members of the legislature may know, is not entirely guided by law. Law is only a guide, and the arbitrator is free to do more than simply follow the letter of the law or the letter of the contract. There being risk to both sides, the county executive requested former Judge Silver from the New York City court system to assist and act as a mediator. A number of days of mediation took place in the county executive's offices, and we believe we have arrived at a tentative settlement that is subject to your approval, and that settlement basically provides that with respect to the claimed wages that would be owed from 2018 to the present time in the category of longevity pay, the union employees would be paid 50% of their claimed back pay. That is the differential between what they would get if they won the arbitration and the amounts that they did receive under the frozen amounts that they were getting all along. So for retroactive purposes, it was a 50-50 split. As to the second half, going forward, the directive had always been, from the county's point of view, to negotiate future longevity, and those negotiations took place in the context of the settlement negotiations, and it was ultimately arrived at the conclusion that the longevity scales, the payment plans, would prospectively be only 72% of what they had been. So a 27-point-something% reduction in future longevity payments were made, or will be made. There were some other details that the topic of longevity would not be subject to interest arbitration for a number of years into the future, and certain caps on longevity were in place so that you wouldn't have the multiplier of years of service times a sum of money indefinitely for employees with 35, 40, 45 years of service. They would be capped at the 35-year mark, and that is, in essence, the settlement. We stand before you today to recommend this settlement, as being a reasonable split of the risk for retroactive payments at 50-50 and a significant and structural change in future longevity payments, such payments only being 72% of what they formerly were. I'd be happy to answer any questions, and with me today is also the budget director for the county, who can give you answers to more of how that translates into actual dollars. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Bing?
Thank you very much.
It's an excellent presentation. Maybe we'll have Andy to come up and give us the financial.
Good afternoon, Andy Persick. The cost of this deal is approximately $100 million. It's about $43.8 million in retro payments and a $15 million going forward. The funding, which are items that are before this legislature today, coming from surplus from this year, that will be put into I will call it into a reserve that will fund this, so it will have no impact on the operating budgets going forward. We did have some money in the multi-year plan that included some longevity payments, so this is going to mitigate any additional need for resources to cover the funding for this deal. So in a nutshell, it's 72.2 cents on the dollar on the go forward, and then 50% on the back end. The liability could have been much higher. It was in the $180 million range if we got there. This controls the trajectory of the county finances in a way that we're not being, with a judgment shoved down our throat, for lack of a better thing, and having to pay this out, at 100 cents on the dollar. So.
Okay. Thank you, Andy. Any questions? No? I think we're good.
Thank you.
Any public comment on this item? Hearing none, you want to call finance first?
All right, for finance, sure. All those, we already had the motion, right? Yes. Okay, all those in favor of this item, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? That item passes unanimously. Thank you.
Okay, this likewise, rules, all in favor, signify by saying aye. Those opposed, it passes unanimously. All right, move off to full legislature in 2 weeks. Okay, thank you. I think we will go into the contracts portion of the Rules Committee now. You want to put, I guess, the finance in recess?
Okay, finance will be in recess. We'll come back after a while. Don't need it. Don't need it. No.
Back to the contracts, we have A3 of 22, A7 of 22, resolutions authorizing the Commissioner of Shared Services to award and execute blanket purchase orders between the County of Nassau and American Ware, Inc. and Aetna Electric. B4, B5, B7, B8, B9, 22, resolutions authorizing the county executive to award and execute contracts between the county and Pratt Brothers, Inc., D.F. Stone Contracting, Basilico Civil, H&L Contracting. E17, E18, E19, E20, E22, E23, E24, E25, E26, E27, E29, E30. These are resolutions authorizing the county executive to execute personal services agreements or amendments to personal services agreements between the county and Richard Remoro, Siegel Company, Research Foundation for the State University of New York, BRNT Consulting, Fund for the City of New York, Choice for All, Hispanic Counseling Center, Aetna Life Insurance Company, Ashbrit Inc., CGEPL Engineering, Alix Group, E28 is a resolution making certain determinations pursuant to the State Environmental Quality Review Act and authorizing the county executive to execute a lease agreement with EGB Hospitality, LLC. Then E14 is a resolution authorizing the county executive to execute a personal services agreement or amendment to a personal services agreement between the county and YMS Management Associates, Inc. Moved by Minority Leader Abraham, seconded by Deputy Presiding Officer Copel. Before we start calling those items, we also need a motion to untable for E12 of 2022. It's a resolution authorizing the county executive to execute a personal services agreement between the county and Greenman Peterson, Inc. Moved by Legislator Bino, seconded by Legislator Schaefer. And now we have to table 3 of those contracts. So, with respect to E23, Choice for All, A7, Aetna Electric, E29, CG3PL Engineering, need a motion to table. Moved by Legislator Rhodes, seconded by Legislator DeReggie Whitten. All in favor of tabling those contracts, signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed?
Aye.
Those contracts are tabled. So now we go to the full list, starting with probation. E25, Fund for the City of New York. Anyone here from our probation department? Okay.
Sorry about that. I dropped all my papers as I stood up, so a little delay getting here. Good afternoon. Joe Shalero, Fiscal Officer for Department of Probation, here to discuss the amendment to contract with Fund for the City of New York, Center for Court Innovation. This is an amendment, a 1-year amendment to a previously executed contract that has 4 options, 4 1-year renewal options included. This is the first of the renewal options for the period of October of 2020 through September of 21. There have been delays in getting the contract amendment here, as there were in the previous contract, due to delays in obtaining the disclosure forms from the vendor. The principals in the organization are high-profile New Yorkers, and it's very difficult for them to get the disclosure forms into us. It's been a problem we've been dealing with, and this is the latest round of it. We are currently working on an amendment to the second phase of this, covering the balance of the contract period going through 2020, 2025, I believe it is, and hopefully I will be here in the next 1 or 2 months to present that as well.
Thank you. Any questions? Discussion? No?
It's also, what I might add, also it's a grant-funded program. It's a RTA, Raise the Age funded program. Delays in the past have also been attributed to delays in getting the RTA plan approved before we could enter into the contract process.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Solerith. Appreciate it. Next is with Parks, E28 EGB Hospitality, LLC.
Realized that as I was speaking. Good afternoon, everyone. Darcy Bellier, Parks Commissioner. Pleased to present a license agreement today between the county and EGB Hospitality to operate the current Carlton facility in Eisenhower Park, effective October 1st, 2022. It's a result of an RFP conducted and reviewed in August of 2021. There were 2 respondents. EGB Hospitality was the highest scoring, and EGB Hospitality includes 5 partners: Elias Trahanis, Bobby Trahanis, Dennis Mashapoulos, Nick Pasapoulos, and Jerry Pagulatos. They are operators of 3 restaurants and catering facilities, and currently operate the Jones Beach and Robert Moses concessions. This agreement proposes a 15-year term. The term of the license we are proposing would begin on October 1st. At that point, they would put in $1.5 million in capital improvements into the existing facility. And then as soon as that work is completed, no later than 15 months, if not sooner, then we would begin the commencement date, at which point fees would be payable for a fixed fee of $504,000 or a variable fee of 20% for catering and 15% for other concession services, being the 4 golf course concessions. And it will be the higher of those 2 payments. And as a side, the golf course concessions by this agreement would need to be open by April 1st of 2023, so before the 15-month deadline for the commencement date. And utilities in this agreement, which differ from the current agreement with the current operator, are paid by the operator. And that is pretty much it.
My question is, in terms of evaluating the responses to the RFP, was that just done in-house with a committee? Did you have an appraiser or someone in the industry take a look at it also?
So it was prior to my time, and there was a panel, and it was in-house within the county with no outside consultant.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Any other questions? No?
Thank you.
Thanks for the presentation.
Thank you.
Human Services, with contract with Richard Romero.
Good afternoon, legislators. I'm Seema Zaki, representing Human Services, Department of Human Services, for the clerk item number E17 for Richard Romero. He is a psychosocial worker who serves the Court Diversion Services Case Management Program, which is a 50-50 funding, 50% state, 50% county. And the skill sets he possesses, like the case management to clients in need of care coordination services. Also, he is the services he provides is very much needed for that program, and he is he actually does a lot of other stuff, which is conduct toxicology testing and report the results to court, document progress notes for clients in treatment. He performs jail assessments, phone screening, and transportation setup for placements into treatment, do crisis intervention as needed, organize records and files, and maintains a database for treatment programs. So he's selected for that reason.
Thank you. Any questions or discussion? No. Thank you very much. Next two with Human Resources, E26 with the Aetna Life Insurance Company.
Good afternoon. Marissa Howard, Director of Human Resources. Item E2622 is a request to approve the renewal of the Flexible Spending Account Administrative Services Agreement, it's a mouthful, with Aetna Life Insurance Company. This renewal will allow the county to continue administrative services for flexible spending with Aetna through December 2023.
Okay. Any questions about this one? Nope. Nope. Thank you.
Thanks.
All set. No, we also have another one, E30, the ALIX Group.
Item E3022 is a request to approve the award for sexual harassment prevention training services for county employees to ALIX Group doing business as HR Train. The training is required by New York State, as well as by local county resolution. This item is for initial 3-year agreement with the option to extend services with under 2 additional 1-year agreements.
Okay. Any questions on this one? Oh, sure. Legislator Bino.
Thank you. Do they provide any other type of training for
HR Train?
the county? Yeah.
Not for the county, no.
They don't?
They do not.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? No, we're good. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next contracts are with purchasing. First one is A3 American Wear, Inc.
Memo, Deputy Commissioner for Public Works, Nassau County. This is a contract. They supply uniforms for the county employees on a rental basis. They take them, they clean them, return them.
Okay. Any questions for Bill? No? Okay, thank you. E18, the Siegel Company.
Good afternoon, Allison Malamy, Deputy Commissioner of Shared Services. This agreement increases the maximum amount of the original Siegel contract by $75,000, $15,000 for the dental and vision competitive solicitation, and $15,000 for each of the 4 years remaining on the contract to advise the Health Benefits Committee during the ongoing benefits evaluation phase. Siegel is paid on an hourly basis for work performed. The initial contract for $46,000 included Siegel's assistance with finding a plan consistent with collective bargaining agreements that has similar benefits to NYSHIP's Empire Plan, but at a cost that is over 20% lower than the 2022 NYSHIP plan. This amendment expands the contract's original scope to cover the county's dental and vision competitive solicitations that were evaluated and selected in late 2021 to be effective January 1st, 2022, as well as advising ongoing annual reviews of all benefit plans with the Health Benefits Committee. The Health Benefits Committee is pleased with Siegel's performance under this contract and values Siegel's expertise regarding the health insurance industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Legislator Bynum.
What was the name of the company? Good afternoon. What was the name of the company that provided that service previously?
This is the same company.
Oh, and they were pleased with
Yes.
Okay. You know I wasn't, but okay.
Any other questions? Nope. Thank you. Next one is E19, contract with the Research Foundation for SUNY.
I'm back.
Okay.
The Research Foundation for SUNY, also known as the Rockefeller Institute of Government, was selected by an RFP process to develop and implement on an annual basis Nassau County Shared Services Plan. The Rockefeller Institute has been instrumental in Nassau's 2019, 2020, and 2021 Shared Services Plans, content, presentation, and implementation under a contract that ended in June 2021. Whereas the first agreement focused on the development of the county's Shared Services Plan, this contract is more focused on the implementation of plan initiatives. Matching grant funds of $339,000 have been awarded to Nassau County and its villages for 2019 and 2020 successful plan project implementation. The maximum spend on the contract is $240,000 over 3 years, or $80,000 a year. State matching funds Nassau County receives as a result of the contractor's services are expected to cover the cost of their contract. Thank you.
Thank you again. Any questions on this one? Nope, all set.
Thank you.
Contracts, next three are with the District Attorney's Office, starting with E20, BRNT Consulting, LLC.
Good afternoon, Presiding Officer, Legislators Dennis McDermott, Assistant District Attorney. The first, BRNT Consulting, we're requesting approval for an extension, the first of 2 one-year renewals. BRNT provides maintenance and configuration upgrades for the District Attorney's JustWare case management system. The term runs through 9/30/22. We're increasing the maximum amount to $20,000 and raising the per hour to $65 an hour.
Okay. Any questions on this one? Hearing none. What's that next? Doing the next one too?
If I must.
E22, the Fund for the City of New York.
Yes, this is sort of a prequel to probation's presentation. This was actually a contract that the term ran through 2019. The District Attorney's Office ran into the same problems on disclosures that probation has now. I believe the office is glad that probation now has to handle this contract. It was for running youth court, and it was for $92,878.
Any questions on this one? No, we're good. And the last one
The last one is Hispanic Counseling Center. This is for the final one-year extension to fund the Batterers Intervention Program, which is a program that Hispanic Counseling has run for several years. It's 100% funded by the state forfeiture funds. In this matter, it actually was before you and was tabled in March of 2021 for the Inspector General review. By the time it was reviewed and by the time that the office had satisfied to the IG's approval of all the issues that had been raised, it brought us to pass the election, and then we then had to refile, and it's for $85,000. Again, it's state funded. And just as a quick note, all of these type of contracts that are really not calendar indicated or sensitive, in the future, all of these terms and the services will not start until it's signed by the county to prevent late contracts. And those that are sensitive, such as the grand jury court reporting services, which current contract runs through December of this year, we're issuing the RFP next week. So the new district attorney is taking concrete steps to make sure this happens as rarely as possible, but in all honesty, there probably are a few like in the works right now that you will see are late.
Okay. Well, we appreciate that and the efforts. Look forward to the contracts being current. Any other questions? Nope. We're good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next contracts with DPW, starting with B4 and B8 of 2022. These are contracts with Pratt Brothers, Inc. Hello, Thomas. Just got to press the button.
Good afternoon. My name is Thomas George. I am the Deputy Commissioner for DPW. B4 22. It's an amendment number 2 for Pratt. This is an amendment to an agreement with Pratt Brothers for additional funding required to repair the damage caused by Hurricane Tropical Storm Ida to the county's drainage infrastructure. The magnitude of this work was not anticipated in the current contract cap for our general requirement contract.
Legislator Copel.
Yes. Is this a general requirements contract? In other words, is this an on-call type of contract?
Yeah, it's a requirement contract, basically.
So basically, we're not talking about one discrete project. We're talking about a number of projects.
Correct.
Well, then, my question to you is, why was this not rebid? I mean, this is it's $4 million, a significant increase. The original contract as bid was only 16. This would be the second time that it's just being extended without any without any rebid. And why would that be?
Yeah, this is basically a general requirement contract, and terms of the contract is for first 3 years, and then there is an optional 1-year extension. We are still in the second year of the project term, actually. It's not done. So it's 21, 22, and 23 is the 3 years,
so
and
we're
then
still
there
within
is
the
an
same
option.
term.
I'm sorry.
Within an option, but we still could have. In other words, once you've used up the money, you could have rebid.
I mean, the contract is for 3 years, actually. After that, there is an optional 1 year. We have the option to rebid it.
I heard you. I heard you. What I'm saying is that you need not have gone further with this contract because you used up the money that was allotted to it to begin with. You could have hired somebody else. Is that not right?
Well, There are a couple of reasons, actually. The funding source FEMA, they prefers to use the existing contract due to the emergency situation like Hurricane Ida, since the procurement time is very long.
So what
So
you're
we
saying
might
is that that we're using the same one because of FEMA?
Correct.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
Any other questions on B4? Legislator DeReggie Whitten?
I think you just answered it, but is FEMA paying for all of this, all 4 million, or?
FEMA is paying for all of this.
That's great. Okay, thank you.
Alrighty, B8, also another contract with Pratt for resurfacing.
Yes. That's a priority resurfacing contract, actually. B8. This contract is for resurfacing over 15 lane miles of the county roads in town of Hempstead.
Okay, any questions or discussion? Nope, we're good. B5 with DF Stone.
Yes, that's also a drainage requirement contract, similar to the one with Pratt.
Is this also being FEMA funded?
Is that, yes, that's also FEMA funded.
Okay, yeah. Any other questions on this one? B5? No. All right, let's go to B7, Basilico.
B7. Okay, B7 is also a priority requirement contract. This is a contract to resurface over 50 lane miles of the county roads in town of Hempstead and town of North Hempstead.
Okay. It's nice to see North Hempstead in there. Any questions? No? Okay. Let's go to B9, H&L.
H&L. Again, that's also a priority resurfacing contract. This is a contract to resurface over 50 lane miles of county roads in Albertson, the city of Glencoe, Hicksville, Millneck, Old Westbury, Glencoe, Garden City, Hamlet of Uniondale, and Lattingtown.
Okay. A question I had was, obviously people were very concerned about the condition of the roads, and we obviously encouraged the resurfacing, very much needed. Any other, is it a priority for DPW to start attending to the various county roads in the county? Any new special initiatives?
You're talking about new projects or any new?
Any new and more, more focus on resurfacing road surfaces here in the county?
The total we are looking is about 175 lane miles for this year, actually.
Right. And this infrastructure money is coming as well, so
yes,
DPW is preparing for that going forward.
Absolutely.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
I know we have some of the names of the roads in the capital budget, but can you provide us with what roads are going to be paved? What county roads? Not right now, but before the full legislature meeting, can you just give us a list of all the roads?
Sure. Yeah, you want the name of the roads to be we are going to pave, right?
Right, that we're paying for now. And if you could give us a schedule, like as to when, that's a lot of roads in Hempstead, for instance. So we just want to see to make sure we're aware.
You want a breakdown of all the roads to be paved, basically.
All the roads to be paved, and if you have a start date for any of them, we would appreciate
no problem.
that. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, the last contract for DPW, actually it's not the last, E27 of 2022 with Ash Britt Inc.
All right, thank you. Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Sean Sally, Nassau County Department of Public Works. This is a proposed contract with Ashbrit. This is a pre-position disaster management contract. Basically, in the event of a storm, a hurricane, tropical storm, etc., we would have a contract in place to have a contractor come mobilize and be prepared to remove debris should that become an issue. The proposed contract has a term of 4 years with a 1-year potential extension, and this contract has a $4 million cap associated with it.
All right, thank you. Any questions on this contract? Legislator Ridgeway.
Am I reading this correctly? Is Looks Great Service one of the companies?
Looks Great Services did apply or did submit a proposal. They were not selected.
Okay, so these have not. Who was selected?
Ashbrit.
Only Ashbrit. That's it. Okay, thank you.
There is a second that is not before you today, but DRC Emergency Services.
Yeah, I know
Those
we
are the
normally
only
have
two.
more than one.
That was already approved.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? No. Thank you, Sean.
Thank you.
Then we had one contract that was on table, which is E12, 2022. We made that. Should have made that motion when we called the items. Actually, yeah. You know what? Just in case we didn't, I'll do it. Motion on table by Legislator Rhodes, seconded by Legislator DeReggie Whitten. All in favor of untabling this contract, signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, it's on table.
Good afternoon. Harold Lutz, Nassau County Department of Public Works, Traffic Engineering Director. This is a new contract to enter in with Greenman Peterson Incorporated to develop a crash analysis system. It'll be a GIS-based, web-based platform to allow us to analyze accidents on county roadways, calculate the accident rates countywide at basically the touch of a button. Currently today we do all these things still by hand, so it's an antiquated system, and I'm sure, as you're all well aware, it takes us a long time to get things done. Having something like this in place gives us the ability to analyze things on county roads. We can better direct our resources for physical resources of staffing towards particular studies. We can also direct our financial resources and have them more directed at our highest accident rate locations on our roadways. The information we get currently from the state creates issues because it doesn't have all the information that's currently available, and as well as the county information doesn't include a lot of the village accident rates or records. So this will give us full access to all these records, and then we have the ability now to do analysis on a quick basis to help us procure and move forward faster.
It seems like a very good idea. Any questions? Debate? I think we've got Harold. Thanks.
Thank you.
And the last contract is with Social Services. That would be E14, 2022, YMS Associates. YMS Management Associates.
Good afternoon, legislators. Darian Strong, Director of Child Support, Collection, and Enforcement. This contract is for hello. This contract is for the YMS management system to assist the Department of Social Services and Child Support and entering child support orders, account services, and account maintenance. The contract is for 5 years. The period is February 2021. January 2021 to December 2025.
Any questions for this one? Sure.
We just want to put on the record that it's 14 months late.
Yes.
Do you know why?
Yes. The contract had to be reviewed by OTDA, the Office of Temporary Disability and Assistance, before it could be presented to the legislators.
Okay, so maybe in the future, since we know it's a 5-year term, maybe like after 4 years we can submit it so that we don't run into this situation again.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Any other questions? Nope. All set. We're good.
Thank you.
All right. just call the contracts real quickly to make sure we're clear on this. E25, E28, E17, E26, E30, E3, A3 rather, E18, E19, E20, E22, E24, B4, B8, B5, B7, B9, E27, E12, and E14. So those contracts are before us. Any further debate or discussion? Any public comment? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Carries unanimously. Put this committee in recess. Which one's next? Public safety is next.
Okay. Good afternoon. At this time, I will call the Public Safety Committee to order, and I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Legislator Deborah Muley. Debbie Muley. Thank you. Legislator Sheila Bino. Ranking Member Delia DeRigi-Witten. Legislator John Ferretti. Legislator Mazi Philippe.
Here.
Vice Chairman Stephen Rhodes. Chairwoman Denise Ford. We have a quorum, ma'am.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, there is one item on the agenda today, which is clerk item number 87-22. Clerk item number 87-22 is an ordinance supplemental to an appropriation ordinance in connection with the district attorney. May I have a motion? Moved by legislator Pelip, seconded by legislator Ferretti. The item is before us. Who is here from the administration to speak about this? Hello. Okay. Hi.
Good afternoon, legislators. Dennis McDermott, Assistant District Attorney. Legislator, these are merely supplemental appropriations in order to allow the District Attorney's Office to capitalize and utilize forfeiture funds both from state and federal sources.
All right, thank you. Any debated discussion? Any public comment? I see none. All those in favor of passing this item, please signify by saying aye. Aye, the item passes. Opposed? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The item passes unanimously. There is no other business in front of this committee. May I have a motion to adjourn? Moved by legislator Rhodes, seconded by legislator Ferretti. All those in favor? The committee is now adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Planning is next. I'd like to call the Planning, Development, and Environmental Committee to order and ask the clerk to please take the roll.
Thank you, Madam. Planning, Development, and Environment roll call. Legislator Arnold Drucker. Legislator Sheila Bino. Ranking Member Carrier Solage.
Here.
Legislator Denise Ford.
Here.
Legislator John Dufresne.
Here.
Substituting for Thomas McKevitt and the temporary chair, Ms. Rose Walker.
Here.
And Laura Schaefer.
Here.
Thank you. We have a quorum.
Thank you. I need a motion. We have a motion to untable this item by Legislator Ford, seconded by Legislator Drucker. Okay. All in favor of untabling signify by saying aye. Aye. Any nays? Okay, it's untabled. There is one item on the agenda today. It is a resolution. It's clerk item 11-22. A resolution to authorize the release of the surety bond and escrow deposit covering the improvements on the map of Toretta Estates situated in Farmingdale, Town of Oyster Bay, County of Nassau, New York. And I don't believe I have to have another motion, correct? I do not. Okay, so this item is before us, and I'm not sure who is... Thank you, Mr. Sally.
Of course. Thank you, Legislator. Sean Sally, Nassau County Department of Public Works. So since the initial meeting on this matter, we did have perform a site visit at the development. The neighbor participated along with his council. We had the developer. We had a representative from the Town of Oyster Bay Building Department, myself, and some of my staff from Public Works Planning. We did a walkthrough. We walked along the neighbor's property line. We walked within the development, and we had a very thorough conversation about the issues and whether or not the proposed retaining wall in particular was constructed in compliance with all applicable engineering standards. The concern that the neighbor brought up during the site visit was at the edge of his property, which abuts the neighbor's the neighboring subdivision. There's a grade. The Town of Oyster Bay Building Department representative confirmed that grade or that slope conformed to the plans and to acceptable engineering standards. The neighbor asked the developer if he could seed the slope. The developer responded back via email several days later that he did not have a problem with that because the gentleman's property, the developer's fence, there's some space between the fence and the neighbor's property. So essentially, the neighbor would be encroaching onto the developer's property to seed, to grass. Again, the developer did not have an issue with that, put that in writing via email. Again, the Town of Oyster Bay Building Department representative was adamant that, again, that multiple inspections had taken place during the construction, and a certificate of completion was issued for the portion of the wall or the wall that's within the Town of Oyster Bay. Now, there's a portion of the wall that's in the incorporated village of Farmingdale. So we had several conversations with the village afterward. The village said that they are just awaiting punch list items to be completed by the developer. Those punch list items are minor, and they pertain to seeding, grass seeding around the retaining wall, and some minor grading, final grades. The developer did provide us, the department, with a letter from Rabco Engineering that basically certified that the wall was constructed in accordance with all specifications. We provided that to the village. That the letter was actually addressed to the village, but we wanted to make sure and confer with the village directly to see if they accepted that finding. They responded via email that they do, and that they're holding the certificate of completion pending the completion of the seeding which will happen very shortly, of course, now that we're in the spring months. So, again, I think we're confident now that we have the certificate of completion from the town, the engineering report addressed to the village for Farmingdale, and again, the testimony of the discussion that we had during the site visit, particularly by the Oyster Bay Building Department. So that's basically a summary of what transpired since our initial planning commission or legislative hearing meeting, and the planning commission stands by its recommendation to release the bond in escrow.
Okay, and I know I don't know if Legislator Schaefer wants to say anything. I know Legislator Schaefer also did attend that walkthrough with you. Did you want to add anything, Legislator Schaefer?
No, I'm happy to hear that the village has signed off on everything. To my knowledge, the neighbor, the issues at least that he raised have been satisfied, so I'm just happy that we're at this point.
And although I, actually today I'm subbing on this committee for Legislator McKevitt, but since this does lie in my district, I also went over and I spoke to Mr. Sally about it to, reassure that I did go and look at the site and see what was told. I know they also spoke about possible, maybe some shrubs or whatever. Are those going to be planted, or just the grass, or?
Yes, my understanding it's some minor landscaping treatment along with the grass seeding.
Right, which obviously couldn't take place at that time because it was too cold and you wouldn't be planting at that time.
Correct.
Okay. Did Legislator Drucker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sean, thank you. My question is, what has changed since we were here a couple of months back and the homeowner was here, their attorney was here, voicing substantial objections to the situation, and since nothing has changed, what has assuaged them to be satisfied now?
Well, I think the site visit helped, having the professionals, the engineering professionals at that meeting. I think the neighbor felt a little bit more comfortable. That I think his concern was that his rear yard would slump into the development, and I think having in particular the Town of Oyster Bay Building Department representative state that, again, the way the grading tapers from his property line into the developer or into the development, it's acceptable, and that it's sufficient with the wall to hold his property back, which is what the wall is intended to do. So I think he's always going to have some concerns, and I understand he's a neighbor of a 10-lot subdivision that has undergone some change. But since the initial legislative meeting, we received a letter with a certificate of completion from the town, and then the letter from the engineering firm to the village. So I think having that information in hand, again, we feel even more confident that the requirements that were pursuant to the bond were met.
I have absolutely no reason to dispute or doubt what the Town of Oyster Bay is saying and what your office is saying. I really don't, but I'm just surprised. I mean, this homeowner had her attorney here threatening litigation, and it seemed like it was a problem that was going to require some substantial alterations to satisfy that grading concern. But if they're satisfied now and you're representing that the neighbor is satisfied, I'm okay with it. I'm just curious as to what changed over the past few months, and I guess people saw the light in some ways or recognized that things are satisfactory.
And Legislator, I did have a conversation with the neighbor's attorney on Friday, just letting her know that the matter may be on table today, so if she was free to come down
and actually I do have Mr. Lapidus, and excuse me, Mr. Lapidus, if I'm saying it incorrectly. Is it Lapidus or Lapidus? Lapidus, okay. And yes, the resident is here. I also just wanted to add, my concern too certainly was with his property, with Mr. Lapidus' property, but I also thought new homeowners aren't gonna wanna have dirt falling into their new property either, so, do any of the other legislators have anything to add?
I would just like to ask if Mr. Lapidus wants to say a few
Yes,
words.
I do, I have a slip.
Oh,
so
okay, great.
I was just waiting for the other legislators. Anyone else have anything to say? Then, we do have one speaker, and that is the homeowner, Mr. Lapidus.
Thank you so much for hearing me. When I was here on February 28th, I gave you 7 pictures. One picture depicted land destruction. Second picture depicted land destruction. The second picture depicted land destruction and land construction. The third picture that I did not mention is the construction company was required to install a shearing wall along the property line to prevent off-site disturbance, which was never done, which is part of their plans. I received today from my lawyer that Mr. Sean sent a report from Repco Engineering from 2001, June 2021, and it does not address any of my concerns, which is land stabilization and land erosion. They don't even address the second tier retaining wall that is there. If you look at the engineering report, it only mentions the original retaining wall, which I fought for them to put up a second wall because my land is eroding. They also installed a state fence less than 9 months ago. If you look at it now, the state fence, 40 feet wide and over a foot deep, has been covered with landslide. It is covered now. It is no longer visible, and it's coming off my property. I've asked the same thing I asked for one, is to separate me. Oh yes, and another thing was never addressed. Land stabilization, is my land being stable after this major construction, and the water runoff. This engineer report does not address the second tier wall, land stabilization, and water runoff. On top of that, Jim Whalen from Town of Oyster Bay Code Enforcement told me that the Town of Oyster Bay is planning to file violations against my property for water runoff and land erosion from my property onto the adjacent property, Toretta Estate. And just to show you that I'm telling you the truth, Town of Oyster Bay took me to court for over 26 months, sued me for illegal construction, water runoff, regrading, so on and so forth, just to have the case dismissed with prejudice. And that was done only because they told me, stop complaining about the construction or we will file charges, which they did. And on the inspection date of February 14th, Jim Whalen also attended, took me over to the side of the property and told me, we're going to file charges against you for water runoff and land. So the only thing I'm asking is, I have now 6 new neighbors, and my property has been regraded, dug up. This is I think like a $9 million property, and I cannot afford to be in this position that the Town of Oyster Bay Building Department, Code Enforcement, I mean, all I want is a piece of letter that says, Alex, your water flow is fine, your land is stable. But I cannot get this letter. All I get is from the Town of Oyster Bay, from the highest people, from the commissioner on down, from the prosecutor's office, has shaken me down, has sued me, has threatened me. Don't take my word for it. I had 2 different councils representing me, and they quit on me. They said, Alex, we can't help you. He's very well connected. You're on your own. Well, I fired another lawyer, Jim Whalen, who was here the first time. The only thing I want is my land to be stable. I don't want no water runoff into the adjacent property. I don't want no landslide. And far as I could see, if you go to that property, there's water runoff everywhere. It was never there. I've been there for 22 years. And that's all I ask for. Alex, your property is in good shape. You don't have to worry about it again from Town of Oyster Bay suing you, taking you to court. I mean, it is obvious to me, I'm not an engineer, but I see the water runoff. A state fence is now covered with the landslide. And I have no defense. It's there. I could see the landslide. I could see it, but it was never there until the pictures. I have over 400 pictures. I filed over 3 dozen complaints. That's just town of Oyster Bay. I also filed the same thing with the village of Farmingdale. Village Farmingdale told me, go get a lawyer. I mean, this has been going on for 4 years. And I still cannot get a piece of paper that says, Alex, your land was not disturbed, it was not regraded, it's fine, go live your business. I do a lot of yard work. For the last 4 years, I couldn't do it. Just to show what's going on. That's all I want. I want my land to be stable. I want to be separated from my neighbors. They've been nothing but a headache to me. My neighbors were, don't take my word for it, 5 of my neighbors were flooded. All of my neighbors had their estate fence washed away. To this day, none of the complaints that my neighbors made have ever been met. But I'm here for now for myself. But I'd be more than happy to get my neighbors here. All I want is a piece of paper. That there's no land erosion, your land is stable, and the report, thank you for the time, and the report from engineering, Rapco Engineering, doesn't address any of those things. They don't even address the second tier retaining wall that is there. They're just addressing the bottom retaining wall. Well, what is the, I fought for the second retaining wall, which I asked specifically to be along the property line, to separate me. What did they do? They put it halfway. They didn't solve anything. Okay, so now I got Town of Oyster Bay, Jim Whalen, Town of Oyster Bay Code Enforcement telling me they're going to file more charges against me. How am I going to defend that if, you know, how? It's there. It's visible. The land is sliding. It's not a question if, it's now. And this engineer report from 2021 doesn't even address any of my concerns. So I cannot see how you can release this bond and leaving me and 23 of my neighbors in a bind. Because I'm trying for 4 years.
Sir, your time has expired.
Thank you. And I still haven't gotten a letter regarding the site planning. The site seeing when they came there. Just one more question. When they came to see the construction site, it snowed the day before. They couldn't even see the land erosion. Okay, so whatever they saw is verbally. I went around with the legislator Schaefer. I spoke to her. I didn't realize who she was because I'm new to this. If I would have known, I would have took her to, and particularly it was the development in the town of Oyster Bay, lot 1 and 2. That's what they sued me for. And you don't take my word for it. You can ask my lawyers that they threatened me, they prosecuted me, and it's continuing to this day. But I'm not going to give up. All I want is a piece of paper, and I want no water runoff. I want no landslides. You can go see the estate fence. It's in less than 9 months. It's 40 feet wide and over a foot covered in dirt, and it will continue. Thank you. And for that, that should not be released until this matter is addressed. That's all I want. Thank you.
Can we hear from Sean? Sally, can you come up and respond? Just like to hear how your response to everything that Mr. Lapidus just said, which seems to be in direct contravention to everything you just said.
I really don't know where to start. I think we were at the same meeting. I thought it was the Town of Oyster Bay's discussion with the Town of Oyster Bay Building Department representative was very, very clear. I thought we all were in agreement that every aspect of the wall within the town was constructed in accordance with all requirements. I think the fact that it had snowed the day before, the night before, again, that didn't come up during the meeting as an issue. We were able to see the grade. We were able to see the area that had yet to be landscaped. The Town of Oyster Bay representative did go through. We stood right at the top of that hill and described the slope, what the water runoff is supposed to do according to the grading plan. There is a change in grade, right? That water has to go somewhere, and it's designed to accommodate that overland flow. So again, I did not hear from the town or our inspector, our DPW inspector, who was also at the meeting, that there were any concerns or anything that would result in a potential, something having to be done to remediate the situation that would require, calling in a bond or utilizing the resources of the bond or the county or even the developer. I understand the town or the village is not signing off until the final plantings and landscaping have been completed. I mean, that's their leverage, right, to make sure that the job is completed. I understand that. And our bond is our leverage to make sure that everything that's covered under the bond is constructed in accordance with all specifications. We have all of that documentation in hand. Our construction inspector is extremely, is experienced. He knows what he's doing. The town, same thing on their end. They see this day in and day out. And from what I understand is they've been at the site. They were at the site multiple times throughout the duration of the construction. I understand the good neighbor, has concerns, and it's there's some disruption with construction. All of these homes on the north side that have frontage along these retaining walls, with the exception of one, have been sold. Certificate of completion for the wall and certificate of occupancies have been issued for the homes. We did not hear one complaint from those residents in those new homes. I have to think that they're happy with what they've got. I would think that if earth was sliding down over the retaining wall, the first thing I would think moving into a new home like that is, I've got a waterfall of sediment and water careening over a retaining wall. That doesn't sound good. When I'd reach out.
Just, Mr. Lapidus, one of the things that I take away from his comments is he's talking about the stability of his land. And if the stability of his land is compromised or hasn't been secured, does that fall within the county's bond? Those concerns, I mean, I would think that those concerns fall within the county bond. We're not just talking about landscaping. We're not talking about planting bushes or seeding or things like that. Stability of his land is really critical, and that may fall within the bond's parameters.
Well, the design of the subdivision, given the slope, to hold that slope back, the retaining wall is the measure to do that, and that was designed by professional engineers, signed off by the Department of Public Works, and then signed off by the town. The design was actually signed off by the town as well because it's within the building lot. They had to issue a building permit for that design. So we know it was designed properly. Was it constructed properly? Well, we have a certificate of completion from the town side, and we have indication from the village that there are just some remaining punch list items. So that again indicates to me that the wall that's meant to hold back the neighbor's property was designed and constructed properly. I would think the village and the town would withhold or have serious concerns if that wall was not constructed properly, because that would then create that potential for the neighbor's property to slump and create a real issue. So I put my faith in the approvals and the certificates that the various agencies that are responsible for this construction.
All I can say is something was lost in translation at that meeting. And I don't know where the loss in translation occurred, but between all of the people that you're talking about who were at the meeting and Mr. Lapidus' understanding and interpretation of it, something didn't get translated.
No, go ahead. Legislator Bynum, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Sally, Mr. Lapidus' statement here on the record indicates that you came out during the time that there was snow on the ground. Is that accurate?
We had to corral, folks from different agencies. So we had established Monday, the 14th of February, at 10 a.m. for a site visit. So I believe that was the night before. Right, it had snowed a little bit. It was about an inch and a half. So we did, and it was cold. But we did do the site visit. It was merely an inch. The portion of the site that we needed to view faced south, so that mid-February sun burned off the snow on that hill So we were able to see the dirt. It was not, the area that we were looking at was not snow covered. We were able to see the pebbles, the dirt, the actual slope. You know, so I think, you know, we were.
Can we agree that if it snowed, and you said it was very cold out, that potentially the ground was frozen?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely, the ground was frozen.
So the conditions weren't optimal. So the concern is, if I'm understanding this correctly, the term was used, runoff. Are we talking about, we're talking about water runoff, Mr. Lapidus? You can just shake your head yes. Well, I won't, no, he won't like that. Were we talking about water runoff, and that would then take the soil and the sand and the like with it? Thank you. I'm getting I'm getting a dirty look. No. You got it? Okay, good. So wouldn't the optimal conditions to really investigate or you know, be able to observe the conditions there, wouldn't it be in the rain?
Yes, I think that would show you exactly what's happening.
Then I think that's what should happen. I think we should go back and we should look at it under the conditions to which we would be able to really observe what's been described to us as a body to determine whether this is really occurring or not. I think doing it on a day when the road, the ground could be frozen solid, and you know, in some areas impacted by the snow condition, I don't think that was the optimal condition. But
we can certainly schedule it.
I think, to me, that would be the right way. But I have another question. And Mr. Lapidus, maybe you should come to the mic, please. You're then indicating that, through your testimony here today, that you're concerned about the height of another one of the retaining walls?
They installed a second retaining wall.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I guess to stabilize my land. But Mr. Saul has not addressed that the retaining wall. I have no question the retaining wall is done properly. I'm not questioning the retaining wall. I'm questioning the purpose of the retaining wall. If that wall is there to design to stabilize my property, well, it's 25 feet away from my property line on a slope. So what's the point of the second retaining wall? Not only that, 26 of my neighbors fought for a plan that has 3 retaining walls. When the new administration came in, they said, Alex, we will honor your previous plans. This construction site, when it came in, there were over 24 amendments, no public hearings. And when we found out that we saw that the buildings are wrong, we negotiated for a flat roof. We have a pitch roof. We had in mind that those buildings do not overwhelm the neighborhood because we're small homes. I'm fortunate on top it's a little bigger, but the surrounding homes are minute, and these towers are leaning over them, and now they're going to put more towers in there. We fought for that, but because of the developer, who is employee for the town of Oyster Bay, commissioner in sanitation department, and other places he works on, that's why my lawyers told me, Alex, I cannot help you. So all I want is a piece of paper that says, Alex, you land this, and if you go there now, you will see at least half a dozen water marks. You can actually see a hole in the ground where the water is running off.
Yeah, well,
so and when they came in there, they couldn't move the snow. There's no pictures. Did he take any pictures? No pictures. I got over 400 pictures. Pictures speaks louder than words. So if that would have been fine, I'm sure somebody like the code enforcement from town of Oyster Bay, Jim Whalen, took those pictures, because he took over 36 pictures and sent it to me when he was suing me. So where's the pictures? Talk is cheap. Go take a look. You have rows and rows of water running, streams.
Okay, and I established for the record and for this body that the conditions probably weren't optimal for that day. But so can I move on to yet another question?
Please.
And you said that you advocated for 3 retaining walls, but you only got 2?
When this site was developed, yes, We have plans.
But I just want to hear, you only received 2, is that correct?
No, I forced him the second one, and it's not, I forced
So that
him.
you didn't get the 3 that
No,
was
of
agreed
course
upon?
not. No, and there was no discussions of community input. We fought, 26 of my neighbors, I'll get them all down here. They all signed off. We fought for the height. Everything has been everything's been changed with no public hearings.
Okay, and then I wanted to go back to something you just said.
I will bring it to you.
You answered in my previous question, which is, we were talking and you referenced that you believe that some of the developer is actually a town employee?
The owner of the developer site is a town employee. Hold on. Sure. 1 second. Absolutely. No question about it. Here's his history.
He's a previous town employee.
No, the owner of Toretta Estate. The developer of Toretta Estate. He's a town employee. Let's see where I got him here. Okay. James Whalen. Not the way he described himself to my lawyer as Jim. He's not Jim, he's James. Big difference. He's a commissioner of Town of Oyster Bay Sanitation District 1. He is a chairman of Nassau County Bridge and Authority. This man has he was also, there's an article about him. God, I did more research on him than on my mother-in-law. You know, maybe I should have done that too, but still. There's an article about him praising the man. Not just, hold on a second, I will give you,
That's
no,
okay.
No, it's important. I mean, this is a man that knows construction. He knows what it is. Here, Long Island Herald, 2007, December 20-something, 2017, James Whalen is the Nassau County Herald Person of the Year. This is the developer. And this is the way he treats the property. When I came over to speak to him, he told me, get the F off my land. Then his construction crew threatened me in front of him.
So at some point you said you were prosecuted.
Yes.
Can you clear that up for me?
Absolutely. Jim Whalen, I wasn't ready with those names. Jim Whalen, who is the Town of Oyster Bay Code Enforcement, prosecuted me for 2 years of illegal construction on my property, illegal regrading of my property, and water runoff onto my neighbors. For 2 years, 3 lawyers I went through. And then they dismissed the case with prejudice. Okay? And I was threatened. If I continue to file complaints, they will continue to press more charges. And guess what? On February 14th, when Jim Whalen was there, he took me to the side, to the lots 1 and 2, which is in Town of Oyster Bay, and he told me, you see that slide? You see this water? You see this land erosion? We're going to file charges against you. Okay? That's why I'm here for all this time. And I've been prosecuted. You can see 28 months. 3 different attorneys. I wasn't going to give up. My attorney told me, yeah, put in a drywall, put in this, give up, forget about it, move on. I said I did nothing wrong. He said, I can't represent you. I said, goodbye. Okay? And here I am. And the problems that I came with before are still here. I can show you a map. I could show you drawings that was done by H2M, which is a reputable company, construction company, who oversaw the original plans, 3-tier retaining wall, a stake fence on top, beautiful landscaping bifurcation, plans specifically designed to prevent land erosion. All of these things were done by me and my neighbors. It's a mess.
Thank you, Mr. Lapidus. I appreciate all that you've shared today.
And
some
this
of
is not words. This is
some
in
of it
writing.
I think needs to be unpacked further, and I also believe that there should be a site visit when there's optimal conditions. I don't think that we went there on the day.
With all due respect, there should be a report regarding land stabilization, that it's stable, it's not sliding off, and water runoff, because like I said, a 40-foot, that fence has been there less than 9 months. 40 foot of that fence is already buried underground. And it's only 9 months. It will continue on and on till the whole land collapses.
Thank you, Mr. Lapidus.
Thank you.
I know Legislator Ford has something to say, and so does Legislator Schaefer. I actually went there on Sunday, and I mean, I just could tell you, and certainly I'm not going to argue all the facts, but I mean, it hadn't snowed. It wasn't like I saw dirt piled up or, water. But again, it's winter, so, I mean, the ground is harder and, but I would think if it had, we've had a lot of rain, so I would have thought I would have seen piles, or at least, mud markings or dirt markings, but, Legislator Ford, do you want to go ahead?
Sean, Mr. Lapidus, I guess, am I saying it right? Okay, all right, Alec, thank you. With these retaining walls, is the retaining wall at the border of his property?
The answer is no. It's offset from his property line. It's to the south of his property line. So from the topography from his property line going south is slope, retaining wall. In some cases, there's another minor slope and then second retaining wall, almost like a terrace. But just to point out too, the retaining wall and the slope is a system of slope retention. It's not, you don't look at the wall in isolation. It's what it's holding back, and then the other pieces that go that are essentially attached to the wall. So that's how the inspectors would also view it. If there's careening soil from the top of the wall, that they're not going to sign off on a wall that has that condition because it's integral to the slope stabilization feature.
But so I guess it's his property that the soil is running off from, going over the retaining wall. Is that how it is? Because if he's higher than the retaining wall, correct?
Yes.
So it's not that he's going to get he and his neighbors aren't going to get the soil in their yard. It's just that their yard eventually, according to him, will disappear. That's what he's maintaining.
Yes.
I'm not asking you. Okay. And then I guess the problems that he's had with these allegations about being prosecuted, being told that his runoff and his water, I'm going to guess that it's because, why would he, I'm having trouble now trying to understand if the retaining walls are working as according to plan, if we're saying that the shrubbery and everything and it's held, not to have soil erosion, I don't understand then how he's getting ticketed or fined or brought to court for soil and water runoff. Like, where is that coming from?
So town codes require that properties maintain their stormwater runoff so that it does not free flow overland onto neighboring properties. So I think if the town, and I haven't, I did not hear that, but if that's the case, the town is probably citing that portion of their code that requires that stormwater be maintained on site, within the property boundaries. So if the neighbor's property is sloping without any catchment, or drain or anything, and that water is running off onto neighboring properties, that could be a violation of the town code.
So beforehand, before this development took place, did he slope down into a valley, or was there something and we excavated the land?
No, I believe it sloped down, naturally, and so the development basically cut into the slope to hold it back.
They cut into the slope. And did you have shrubbery to hold the water and the soil back? And why?
But that shrubbery was likely on the developer's side of the property.
But it doesn't, all right, so that being said, the developer actually then needs to plant all of that stuff immediately, because he did not create the condition. He lived there, unaware that maybe at that time soil and water, the runoff was occurring because nobody lived there, right? It was vacant property. So
well, he may have, the property owner may be enjoying that condition where stormwater from that neighbor's property free flowed onto other property, didn't cause a nuisance or an issue.
Right.
So it was just.
But now it is.
Right.
And that's the problem. Yeah.
But I think it's the responsibility of the neighbor to continue to work to now contain stormwater on his or her own property.
But it also, I would have to say that I would think that it's also the responsibility of the developer, knowing that there was a condition, that there was something there that held back some of the soil, some of the water. It wasn't really much of a nuisance, And now, as a result of the action of the developer, it's now is a nuisance. And I would prefer not to have him get fined again. If the town of Oyster Bay is going to go after him in regard to this, I think that we need to work with him to come up with a solution. Maybe work, like maybe do like a storm drain, a dry well, or whatever, I don't know, whatever you want to call them, I don't know, but maybe come up with something to secure his property and to prevent it, because he never got ticketed before till after this development came in.
And legislator, we're happy to discuss that with the developer, but I want to be clear that those potential amenities would not be covered or are not covered under the county bond. And out of the jurisdiction of the county planning commission, we can convene the group again and see what facilitate a solution, but it's not secured by, it would not be secured by the county bond. Just
Legislator Schaefer?
Yes, I'm sorry. Well, some of my question was answered, but I guess I was also wondering from Mr. Sally, the bond covers, does it cover the entire retaining wall matter, or is it, I thought there was a discussion previously where it only applied to certain portions of the retaining wall or of the project?
right. So during the subdivision design and review process, one retaining wall was proposed and was part of the approved plans. So that retaining wall was bonded. I'm looking at the bond schedule here now just to see how what exactly was bonded. 1 second here, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Okay, retaining wall, precast block, 800 square feet. That was bonded. Post subdivision approval, a second retaining wall was designed and added to the plans. That was done at I don't know if it was the request of the village, but that wall has also been constructed, but it is not covered under the county bond.
Okay, the second wall is not covered under the county bond.
Right, the wall to the east when you're looking north.
Okay. And what wall are we referring to specifically with regard to Mr. Lapidus's property?
I believe it's both, because his property spans, his frontage is along almost the entirety of the northern limit of the subdivision property. Yep.
Okay. Okay, I think I have everything I need. Thank you.
Sure.
Mr. Selly, could I just ask a question? And I'm not an engineer either or whatever, but I don't know, I guess in my mind, if you have a retaining wall, so say, I'm using this desk as an example, this dais, but here's his property. Why wouldn't the retaining wall go like above so that nothing would fall down? Like, I mean, again, I'm not a, like if I didn't want something to fall down, I wouldn't have a wall that ended down there so that all this could fall off. Yep. But again, I'm not a developer and I'm not an engineer or something, but.
Right, and we didn't engineer the site either. I mean, there's a trade-off there. I would think if the wall is built at the property boundary, because that way that slope, the wall would have had to have been higher, so that's more material cost. That could have been a consideration. But you get a larger backyard, right? If now you have if that wall is against the property line, I don't know why that decision, that design decision was made, but the way it was designed was acceptable.
So is some of the property near the back of that, which is close to the wall, is that not Mr. Lapidus's property, or is it? I mean,
right.
I mean, does his property go to that very edge, or does his property end and he has, like over in my area, people that live on Levittown Parkway, they kind of planted trees way back further, so suddenly they have a bigger backyard, and some of them were told they have to take those bushes and plants and stuff down because that wasn't their property. They made their property kind of bigger, because it was space they could do it. but is that a case here? I mean, I don't know, I guess I just don't understand that whole retaining wall.
So I think the tricky thing here is that there's an estate fence that the developer erected at the top of the wall, but a little bit offset between the neighbor's, the property line and the top of the retaining wall. There's an estate fence. That was also not on the bond. It was not on the subdivision plans. It was conceptualized and requested afterwards. But so that sort of breaks up the slope. So if, you know, at the naked eye, you would think, well, the fence is the property line, the new estate fence, but it's not. It's a little bit north of the new fence. But again, it's sort of, you wouldn't, if you look at it, you just see the property sort of roll over now, you know, towards down gradient towards the retaining wall. You really don't know where the property line is if you don't, you know, without a survey or a marker.
Legislator Drucker?
Thank you. So, it seems like the more we peel back the onion here, the more questions we have. So you keep talking, Sean, about, you know, the bond covers this or doesn't cover that. Can you just articulate for me and for us what specific improvements with respect to this subdivision development is covered by the bond?
So, again, in Nassau, with the fact that the county has subdivision jurisdiction, but not, you know, obviously not zoning jurisdiction, we're the only county in New York State with that configuration. The county planning commission bonds public improvements. And there are nuances to that depending on, you know, whether it's a single family subdivision or a condo. But in this case, the county would bond the cul-de-sac, the paving, the curbing, the sidewalk, any perimeter fencing that span multiple lots. In this case, there are retaining walls that span multiple lots. Let's say, for instance, those retaining walls did not, or were fully within a building lot. That would never have been, you know, it would not be bonded by the county. The reason why they're bonded in this case is because they span multiple properties. So that was a public improvement. We also bond the sediment and erosion control measure during construction, so hay bales, silt fence, that sort of thing. Street lighting, we bond, even though that street lighting gets turned over to the municipality in most cases, and drainage, but drainage for the roadway, for the public roadway, catch basins, piping, dry wells, etc. So that's, you know, in a nutshell, that's what we typically bond, but in this case,
what about land stability due to runoff?
So we don't bond that. The land that the grading of the lots, right, is designed during the subdivision review process. The county is looking at it, and the municipalities are looking at it simultaneously. The county does not approve the subdivision plan until the municipalities sign off that they accept the grading. That then goes, you know, gets filed at the county clerk. Then they pull the applicant or the developer pulls a building permit from the town. The town is reviewing everything within the confines of the lot. So the housing footprint and the grading.
Well, does it concern you at all that Mr. Lapidus indicates that the town of Oyster Bay sign-off is coming from someone who's employed by the town and who's also affiliated with the developer?
So, okay, I just need to clarify. The developer of this property is James Velarde, not James Whalen. I don't know where that came from. That's correct, but he is not the developer. But that's, I think it was represented as such. James Velarde is the developer, but not of the town of Oyster Bay.
He's not, I know him. He is not an employee of any government agency, not town of Oyster Bay, anywhere. He is on the Nassau County Bridge Authority, but that's something completely different.
And I'm a little concerned that we're throwing this around as if it's,
right,
you know,
exactly.
Well, and Sean, what about land stability due to insufficient number of retaining walls? Mr. Lapidus said that the site plan had called for 3 retaining walls. They only built 2. Would the land stability or instability due to an insufficient number of retaining walls fall within the bond?
No, because the way that the subdivision was designed, 1 retaining wall was provided, was approved. The area that is The area where the second retaining wall was designed after the fact was graded to allow for a natural slope grade. It did not require a retaining wall to maintain that grade, and that was signed off again by the county and by the town. I'm not exactly sure at what point the second retaining wall was requested, but it may have been by the neighbor. It's not a bad deal for the new subdivision lots, because those two lots get larger backyards, rear yards. So it's a win-win. But I think from a design point of view, that slope was able to be manipulated without needing a retaining wall to prevent, erosion.
I think, Legislative Walker, we have a lot of questions that still need to be answered here. And further, certainly at the very least, another inspection of the property needs to be conducted. That we table it.
What if we pass this through, and in the next 2 weeks, we take a look out there? I mean, the weather is much warmer. We've certainly had enough rain and I'm sure we're gonna get more rain to go, I mean, I just think that, again, I'm not an engineer, but listening to Mr. Sally, everything that falls under the bond has been signed off on by I mean, me looking at that wall is not going to change what an engineer is saying about that wall. I mean, the gentleman lives in my district, so if I find that there's constant issues over there, I will be back and forth with the village and the town of Oyster Bay till they're sick of listening to me too. But, I mean,
it's just that I don't think there's any urgency here. I mean, what if the weather conditions aren't optimum in the next 2 weeks, and then we're rushing it? This is not like some other issues that we have where there's a sense of urgency of teeing something up for the full ledge. I don't see the urgency here if we just table this one. We did it in February. We could do it again. We revisit it. I mean, it's just a bond that's sitting in an escrow account anyway.
I also have something to say, please. A question. This is Legislator Szilagyi.
sorry, Legislator Szilagyi, I didn't realize that you wanted to speak.
No, I understand. I mean, like, just people's names are being thrown around, and people's reputations now are being damaged here. You have a situation where you have certificate of occupancies. These were approved. You have a process by which no cheating occurred, and now to have people's names being thrown around like this, and the perception of impropriety without any facts being established. This is, very, we're on shaky ground here, no pun intended, and I just caution, we shouldn't just be mentioning people's names like this. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Legislator Szilagyi. Legislator Giuffre, did you have anything you wanted to add?
No, Chairwoman, I'm fine.
Just all work was signed off by county engineers. I mean, it's not like that didn't occur.
No, that is personally my feeling, that that part of it has been signed off by our engineers, by the people that are, again, can we still visit the site in the next 2 weeks? So, right.
There should be no reason for the delay.
I would like, my personal opinion would be to pass it through and then try to get over there. I mean, it's not that far away to look at, but it would be nice to do it. Yeah. While it's right. Well, do we want to
put it up for a vote and we'll talk here now? Yeah. I'm going to abstain. I'm going to abstain I don't think there's enough information yet. I don't think it's responsible for us to tee it up at this point in time. I don't see the urgency in it. I really don't.
I would vote to abstain too, because it was conceded to on the record that it was not the optimal conditions, and until I find that that has occurred during, a rain condition to either substantiate or refute those claims about the runoff, then I'm gonna go ahead and abstain. I know you didn't call the vote yet, but I'm just.
Legislator Drucker made the motion to table. I will second that motion. All in favor of tabling, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Then any opposed? Any nay? Okay, so it will be tabled.
Nay.
By Mr. You have one nay? Okay.
No, there's two nays.
Yeah, me.
Two nays.
All right, 2 nays. So 5 in favor of tabling, 2 nays. But let's try to get out there in the very near future to see this property. It's it's right off Merritt's Road. Legislator Bino, if we need to go together, I'd be happy to take a ride. Yes, you could do a field trip. There's a lot of great restaurants in Farmingdale, so you could just make it a field trip. Oh, uh-oh. There's a McDonald's close by. Okay, so that is the only item on the agenda. Mr. Sally, thank you so very, very much.
Sure thing, thank you.
And Mr. Lapidus, we're going to take another look, and
It's tabled.
it's tabled, so it's,
No more.
oh, will you be notified when we might be coming by? If you give, okay, if you give us the information, I have your phone number here, so, okay, thank you. There are no other items before us. Legislator Giuffre votes to close the meeting, and seconded by Legislator Drucker. And we will move on to, all in favor? Sorry. Aye. Any opposed? Nay. Okay, that's it. What committee's that? Okay. And the Health Committee will, start now.
I agree. Yeah, no, I know. Listen, I don't want to hold up the money, but
I'd like to call the Health Committee to order and ask the clerk to please take the roll call.
Thank you, Madam. Health and Social Service roll call. Legislator Joshua Lafazan.
Here.
Legislator Arnold Drucker. Legislator Arnold Drucker.
He said here.
Ranking Member Delia DeRigi Whitten. Legislator C. William Gaylord III. Legislator Laura Schaefer.
Here.
Vice Chairwoman Mazi Phillip.
Here.
Chairwoman Rosemarie Walker.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. There is one item on the agenda, which is clerk item 86-22. It is an ordinance supplemental to the annual appropriation ordinance in connection with the Health Department. May I have a motion, please, by Legislator Philippe, seconded by Legislator Drucker. It is before us, and sure, you were ready for you.
Thought you were going to just take care of it without me
No,
saying
oh,
anything.
no. No, we
Andy
miss you
Simone.
then.
Andy Simone, Nassau County Department of Health. Item number 86-22, supplemental appropriation for the Bathing Beach Water Quality Monitoring and Notification Program in the amount of $58,350. This is a New York State Department of Health funding and mandated through the New York State Sanitary Code. This program provides beach water quality monitoring in 56 permanent beaches in the county. Public notification is required of beach closures and openings. Any questions?
Any questions by the legislators? Any public comment? I'm sure we look forward to your many, many messages over the nice weather, and hopefully you don't have to close our beaches too often.
Thank you. I hope not either.
Thank you so much.
Have a good evening.
All in favor of clerk item 8622, signify by saying aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
And, okay, any abstentions? So it passes and moves on to finance. And may I have a motion to adjourn by Legislator Gaylor, seconded by Legislator DeRigi-Whitten. All in favor of adjourning, signify by saying aye. It is adjourned. Finance Committee. Bill, I was much quicker on that.
All right, Finance Committee? All right, Finance Committee, we're gonna have to try to, everyone here, we wanna try to move it along? Mike, would you do the honors, please?
Thank you. Finance Committee roll call. Legislator Joshua Lafazan.
Here.
Legislator Carrier Solage.
Here.
Ranking Member Arnold Drucker. Legislator Rosemarie Walker. Legislator Thomas McKevitt. Vice Chairman John Ferretti. Chairman Howard Copel.
Here.
We have a quorum, sir.
Thank you. Okay, first we have two consent items, and those are 86 of 22 and 87. 86 is supplemental with the Health Department, and 87 is with the District Attorney. Motion on those items by Mr. McKevitt, seconded by Ms. Walker. All those in favor of those two items? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Okay, number 88 is transfer of appropriations. Would that be Andy? No. So that motion is made by Mr. Ferretti and seconded by Mr. Drucker. Anyone here for 88? Andy? That yours?
Sorry, legislator, what item is it?
88?
88, hold on. Oh, 88's the health department.
All right.
It's just a board transfer on the immunization grant. Go from salary to, sorry, my notes. Go from salary in general to fringe, just to maximize grant funding.
All right, any questions? Any discussion? All those in favor of 88, please say aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. Thank you. Do you have any others?
Thank you. No.
Okay, number 91 is a budget transfer. That motion is made by Mr. Lafazan, seconded by Mr. McKevitt.
Good afternoon, William Field, Inspector with the Police Department. Item 91-22 is a request for 2 board transfers. The board transfers will move funding in the state asset forfeiture accounts to our contractual lines.
Okay, any questions? All right, all those in favor of 91, please say aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. Thank you. Do you have any others? No, you're done? Okay, number 92.
Good afternoon.
And number 92, Andy, one moment, is there's a motion by Ms. Walker, seconded by Mr. Lafazan.
Good afternoon, Andy Persick from the Office of Management and Budget. This item is just first quarter realignment of budget appropriations. Due to the rising fuel costs and everything else, we had to reshuffle the deck and some items in the clerk's office. So it's all general fund and police district fund and headquarters fund. So.
Okay, any questions? All those in favor of that item, please say aye. Any opposed? That item is unanimous. Andy, what else do you have?
I have 120.
120. 120 is local law to amend section of the 3.2.3-2.3 of the County Administrative Code in relation to the Special Revenue Fund. That motion is made by Mr. McKevitt, seconded by Mr. Drucker.
This item 120 is just expanding the purposes of the Special Revenue Fund to include longevity, Article 18, OPEB benefits, and general litigations to help reduce the county's outstanding liabilities.
Any questions? All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Okay, that's unanimous. Are you done, Andy?
No, I got a couple more if you want to.
Go, just run through them. Go ahead, please.
Okay.
Which number is next? I'll have to, let me know which one's next.
I have 121 and 122.
Okay. I'll call them both. Number 121 is supplemental for O management and budget. Number 122 is reconcile county's financial records supplemental appropriation. Motion by Ms. Walker, seconded by Mr. McKevitt.
Okay, so I'm going to do this simultaneously. 121 is actually appropriating the money in the Special Revenue Fund. Approximately $208 million are for certs, $104 million are for general litigation, and $50 million for longevity. And then the second item, 122, is the year-end board transfer, which closes out the year as per the Controller's Office. And because we finished with a substantial surplus this year, almost $500 million, we're putting approximately $30 million into the retirement reserve contribution, $20 million into the bond indebtedness fund, $20 million into litigation, and $50 in for longevity. This is securing the county's financial position for future years by putting money into these reserves to help us exit the control period with NIFA. So I'm here to answer any questions if you have any.
Questions? All right, all those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Those two items are unanimous. Thank you, Andy.
Thank you.
Number 104, which we did that one already. Number 105 is supplemental for with office and management and budget, and that motion is made by Ms. Walker and seconded by Mr. Ferretti.
Chris Nolan, Office of Management and Budget. This item appropriates an additional $1 million to support veterans. There are approximately 111 VFWs and American Legion halls in Nassau County. This item appropriates funds to provide grants to those organizations.
All right, any questions? All those in favor of 105, please say aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. Thank you. Number 108 is a transfer of appropriations. Motion by Mr. Ferretti, seconded by Mr. Drucker. All right, you faked this out before.
This is a legislative item. This is just reshuffling the deck based on the proportionate shares of the number of seats between the majority and minority.
Okay, makes sense. Any questions? All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Okay, that's unanimous now. Mr. Drucker makes a motion for executive session, seconded by Mr. McKevitt. All those in favor of going into, well, actually, I need to make a motion on the items first, right? Let's see. First, I'm going to call the two items. 85 of 22, which is to settle the claims of Paris against the County of Nassau, and 99, which is Dover Gourmet against the County of Nassau. Motion on those two items by Mr. Lapizan, second by Ms. Drucker, by Mr. Drucker. Okay, now Mr. McKevitt makes a motion for executive session, seconded by Ms. Walker. All those in favor of going into executive session? Any opposed? Okay, we're in executive session. Members of the Rules Committee, please come and join us.
Test.
We'll tape it back.
Want to tape it to here?
This is our tape?
Yes.
I'll give you little pieces of tape.
No, I'd take the little pieces here.
I can hear that. Check, check. Check one, check two. Good. I'm just gonna. Just so this. Yeah. I'm coiling that back there so it's not.
There's auxiliary on the. Oh, that podium's gonna move. If I do
I'll pretend I'm his height. Yeah. I'm Bruce Blakeman. I can't hear you. Yeah. Check, check, check. 1 2 1 2. Mike. Nothing? You're all plugged in, right? Check, 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 check. No?
You'll see me step up here now.
1 2 1 2. Testing. 1 2. Hold on. Dave, check 1 2 1 2 1 2. Check, 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 check. Good? Wave your arm left and right if it's good. Okay, I'll take this one down now. Bad mic. I'll reuse this. You want to grab that?
Unplug this. Yeah. I mean, if I can unplug it now. Sure, it doesn't do that. Yeah. Ready? Yeah. Just turn that down for now, see if there's anything.
Check 1 2 1 2. Check, check, check. Check, check. 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2 1 2. That's pretty good, right?
This is in the yellow, the white jack over here? Yeah.
This thing is outrageously long. Hold that for 1 second. Yeah, just hold that, because this is just going to be a mess. I rip it into 2 pieces. Yeah, this one, someone broke this one too.
These are old.
I just used one of these up in Yeah. Okay. I just want to do that. That's good. And then I'll just try. That's good. Yeah, let's keep it back there. That's better. Check, check.
What are we thinking? Where's the fire? What's the hurry? Just give something we agree on.
They're trying to kill these lights. Can you kill that one? It is literally burning my imprint of my head on the wall. It's burning. It's...
As long as we agree.
Okay, yeah.
5:30 or that's fine, as long as everybody agrees.
I'd say it's 5:30 or 5:22, 5:20 or 5:30. I don't know.
It can't be 5:22. We can't back it.
Okay, so 5:30, I would say. Give or take.
I'm not giving a take. Everybody's agreeing. It's 5:30.
Okay.
You're dying. Just slowly fading.
Look good?
It's gold. The vision.
I'm pretty white, so. Okay. Yeah, they give it a little bit, I guess, this way. The ones here were probably. Yeah, we're pretty good. This will be fine. Dave is right there. Yeah, he's looking right now. He's on his camera right now. Dave? Huh? That's ours, right there. Yeah, take it, please. It's ours.
How is it?
He's 6'1", right? Chris, right about here, right? He's 6'1"?
He's gonna come in here for a minute.
Okay, just
He's
Alex.
at 6 o'clock, he's coming in, as long as we have the
Yeah, I think we're good.
prompter ready to go.
Dave, stay. Good? Okay.
So, a little bit, not a hiccup, but change. Mike today, Nicolello, and he played Mike at home. That's the problem. Well, Paul about the song. Make sure we're gonna run a concert. We're gonna do a full pack at 6 o'clock. Yep, thank you. Yeah, well, we're about to do state account. I get it, as in there. No, you know.
Where is Chris?
I'm about 5'11", so. Okay, that's pretty close.
1 2 1 2 1 2. James, you get anything? 1 2 testing 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 testing 1 2 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 testing 1 2 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 testing 1 2 1 2 1 2 testing 1 2 1 2 1 2. You might have to adjust it on that mixer. 1 2 testing 1 2 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. All right, that's good. Yep.
Yeah, let's do it. They're not. What? Well, what I'm saying is, yeah, I mean, they're not coming back in the next 5 minutes. Yeah, he will field it. He's not getting on this page. He's going up there. No, he'll be up there. Tiesto, the business. It's called the business. Kevin, now when they speak up there, with those mics, will that hook up to the...
Is the mic giving a shadow? No, but is the mic giving a shadow?
So when Rick speaks to open this meeting, it will feed through the mic.
He's taller than I'm shorter than he is.
All right, I'm just going to bring him down. All right, ready? All right, so the county exec's going to come down in about 1 minute to do a rehearsal. Can I just have anyone who just doesn't have to be here just wait in the antechamber real quick just as we get set? Sorry to be annoying. It'll be 5 minutes. We'll have everyone come back in as soon as he's done. Thank you. All right, I'm going to get him. Paul. So I'm going to walk. It's going to be like a walkthrough. It's going to be like a line.
Test, test, test. Check. 1 2. I tell you.
I'm not getting these mics. I'm not getting the regular mics. I'm only getting that thing. That's the only mic. I gotta have all of them. What are you not getting? He's not getting these mics.
Hello, hello. Welcome to the Nassau County Legislature. Can you hear me, Kevin? Good? Want me to keep talking?
No, not right. No, it's not coming through here. That mic's not coming through here. And his volume is way down. Are you trying to get through the office? Yeah. The only thing that's
This thing said on mic. It's supposed to be online.
no, it's mine. I didn't touch it.
1 2 1 2 testing 1 2 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10.
Presiding officer announces county check.
It's good. All right. Let's do it.
One, two, testing, 1 2. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Testing, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Testing, 1 2 1 2 1 2. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Podium belt plug back in. No, it's still unplugged. 1 2 1 2. Testing, 1 2 1 2.
Just mute it. I muted it. There you go.
1 2. Testing, 1 2. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Hey, hey, 1 2. 1 2 1 2. Testing, 1 2. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Testing, 1 2.
Test, test, test.
James, can you increase the aux end to that box? Yeah. Isn't that on aux? Just increase it so I'll make sure I can hear it. 1 2. Testing, 1 2. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2.
Everyone.
Testing, 1 2 1 2. Not coming out of you?
All right, everyone, can I get your indulgence for just one
1
moment?
2. Testing, 1 2.
Just need to finish up some housekeeping here. Okay, can you hear
Kevin
me?
needs it in that box.
Okay, Frank. Okay. On item 85 of 22, item 85 of 22, which is Paris versus the County of Nassau. All those who want to proceed with the settlement, please say aye. Any opposed? All right, we have 4-3. That's finance. I did. I called it earlier. Right, 4-3. Okay, 4-3. Item number 99 is Dover Gourmet versus the County of Nassau. All those in favor of this settlement, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? So it's 4-2-3. That item passes 4-3. We have one more item, which is 131 of 22, which is a resolution requesting the legislature of the state of New York to enact, governor to approve an act to amend the retirement and social security law to establish a death benefit. That is a motion by Legislator McKevitt, seconded by Legislator Drucker. Okay. All right, fine. All those in favor of this item? That's number 131. 131. No.
Carrier's on the line, he's voting yea.
On Dover? Okay. Dover becomes 5 in favor, okay? 5-2, yes. Okay. Number 131. Does anybody have any questions on this item? No. All right, all those in favor of number 131, please say aye. Any opposed? Though that item seems to be, the last item. Yeah. Okay. That was our that vote was all in favor. All right. There were no more items. Mr. Ferretti moves to adjourn. Ms. Walker seconds it. All those in favor of adjourning finance, please say aye. Any opposed? Finance is adjourned. Thank you. Thank you for your indulgence. Oh, Lich's desk? Okay.
Someone ask?
It's
Yes, please.
Oh, yeah.
They'll do the roll.
Right.
And then I'll be in the corner right there to that door. Let's introduce Bruce at like exactly 6:30. 6:30.
Test, 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 1, 2, 1, 2, test, 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 1, 2, 1, 2.
So just in terms of the way this is going to go, so in terms of starting, so the presiding officer is going to introduce Bruce once News 12 is live.
Yeah, I can give you a cue.
Yeah. So you're going to look for...
So what's the cue? I can stand on this side and go like that. All right.
Okay.
I got it.
He's going to introduce Bruce.
He wants it up?
And music is going to play.
Time. We got it. That's fine.
All right, good.
Yeah, we go. The show
Do me a favor.
starts
In the
in 4
corner.
minutes.
Pull wide.
Test, 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 1, 2.
2 more minutes after that. So
Right
6:30
after Rich
like that.
introduces.
Okay.
He knows that.
Mr. Pulitzer, you have to call the roll.
Nope. That's a bad idea. Let's get out.
He has to call the roll.
Yes. All you.
Do you have a mic? Does it work?
Yes.
Well, what am I using this thing for? Do I need this thing, or can I use a regular mics? Can I just... Use my mic, right? Go ahead, Mr. Pulitzer.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Roll call, Nassau County Legislature. Deputy Presiding Officer, Howard Copel. Alternate Deputy Presiding Officer, Denise Ford.
Here.
Thank you. Legislator Sheila Bino. Legislator Carrier Solage.
Here.
Legislator Deborah Muley. Legislator C. William Gaylor III. Thank you. Legislator John Giuffre.
Here.
Legislator Mazi Philippe.
Here.
Legislator Delia DeRigi Witten. Legislator James Kennedy. Legislator Thomas McKevitt. Legislator Laura Schaefer.
Here.
Thank you, Laura. Legislator John Ferretti. Legislator Arnold Drucker.
Here.
Legislator Rosemary Walker.
Here.
Legislator Joshua Lafazan. Josh? Okay. Legislator Stephen Rhodes. Minority Leader Kavan Abrahams. Kavan. Presiding Officer Richard Nicolello.
Here.
We have a quorum, sir.
Thank you. All right, we are just going to wait a few moments until we are live, and then I will introduce the county executive. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege to introduce the County Executive of Nassau County, Bruce Blakeman.
Let's get down to business. Give you one more night to get this. We've had a million nights just like this. So let's get down to business. Mama, please don't worry about me. 'Cause I'm about to let my heart speak. My friends keep telling me to leave this. So let's get down to business. Let's get down to business. Give you one more night to get this. We've had a million nights just like this. So let's get down to business. Let's get down to business. Give you one more night to get this. We've had had a million nights just like this. So let's get down to business. Back and forth with the bullshit. And all said before I go in. It's been a while since I.
Thank you very much. If nothing else, I think I've proved the musical selections here in the county. First, I want to thank Presiding Officer Nicolello and Minority Leader Kavan Abrams and the members of the legislature for hosting me tonight. I also want to thank God, Hashem, for giving me the strength to be county executive, and I pray that God gives me the wisdom, courage, and compassion to be a good and just county executive. We are in a very holy month with Easter, Passover, and Ramadan. I want to wish everybody in the county a blessed holiday. We have come through some difficult times. This is probably the most difficult period in the history of mankind. COVID-19 has affected us in unimaginable ways. Thank you to our police, firefighters, first responders, doctors, and nurses for the courage and dedication you displayed in helping us all navigate these troubled waters. In the past few weeks, I have consulted with members of the legislature, County Controller Elaine Phillips, Supervisors Clavin, Saladino, and DeSena, and our budget advisors on how we as a county can help our middle-class residents and those that are at or below the poverty level. Tonight, the county legislature will consider in a special session a joint proposal to freeze the gas tax at 2020 levels, thus providing immediate gas tax relief to residents during this inflationary period caused by Albany and Washington, D.C. After further consultation with Suffolk County Executive Steve Ballone and Suffolk County Presiding Officer Kevin McCaffrey, we will propose a regional approach to cut the gas tax at the same amounts. Thereby, Nassau County and Suffolk County and all of Long Island will be united in our endeavor to cut the gasoline tax. We are moving forward in keeping our county open and free, and at the same time providing important tools to combat COVID-19, such as free test kits, free KN95 masks for teachers so they will have no excuse not to come to work, and free vaccines. Nassau is the first county in New York State to remove mask requirements throughout the whole county. We have led the fight to give parents choice as to whether to mask children. We parents should be the sole arbiters of what is best for our kids. Long after COVID ceased to be a serious health concern, mandates to mask school children were cruel and materially affected their education, growth, and social well-being. I knew it was wrong, and I led the statewide fight to stop it. We have continued to provide free vaccines to all those who want them without mandating vaccinations for first responders and county workers. How could we, in good conscience, ask our first responders and healthcare professionals who in the height of the pandemic and at the most dangerous time went to work with no vaccine available? And yet some municipalities threatened and did fire these same heroes for not being vaccinated. It's wrong, it's unfair, and I will never do that to our local heroes. We successfully negotiated a longevity settlement with all 5 county unions. For the past 11 years, the county and its 5 unions have engaged in litigation regarding longevity. This grievance, brought by our 5 unions, was scheduled to be arbitrated in March. Knowing that the arbitration could have gone either way, I determined to test whether a reasonable settlement could be found. The 5 unions and I agreed to mediation. It took many meetings and hard work, but we have come to a settlement that is fiscally prudent, yet fair to our workers. I'm happy to report that all 5 unions have ratified the settlement. This settlement wipes away tens of millions of dollars in exposures to our taxpayers and closes a sad chapter in management labor relations. We also negotiated a settlement with LIFPA to avoid potential liability to taxpayers of hundreds of millions of dollars. Facing a potential liability of hundreds of millions of dollars, LIPA's lawsuit against the county was scheduled for trial in the court this May. An adverse judgment threatened to bankrupt the county. I am happy to report that we have agreed to settle the LIPA lawsuit with no liability to county taxpayers, 0 refunds to LIPA. To not settle on these terms would be gross malpractice on the part of all county officials. We understand and we are sympathetic to the 2 school districts affected by this litigation. Through my direct intervention, LIPA has upped offers to the school districts, and I'm happy to report today LIPA settled with the North Shore schools. I will continue to fight for the Island Park School District, but there is no choice but for the county to settle now. I'm happy to report today this settlement passed the Finance and Rules Committees of the legislature, so thank you to my colleagues for taking the path of courage in order to protect our taxpayers. As promised, I went to Albany and demanded repeal of the dangerous cashless bail law and forced the county to finally admit, and our elected officials in Albany and our governor to finally admit that the law was terribly flawed. I continue to force the issue, as I did the other day in my conversations with Senate Leader Stuart Cousins. Crime is out of control throughout the whole state. My message to Albany is to repeal the get-out-of-jail-free law and make us all safer. Thank you. Thank you. Our police commissioner, Patrick Ryder, stood with me as we inventoried over 100 illegal weapons seized by our great police department. Over 10% of those illegal weapons were seized from criminals released without bail. Enough is enough. We have forged alliances with federal Homeland Security and law enforcement partners to take a regional approach to fighting crime and reducing gang activity. Last week, we met with Homeland Security officials, and we have toured their facilities in New York City, and they have toured ours, and we've pledged to work together to rid the county of the dreaded gang activity that threatens our most vulnerable people, our kids. We have confronted opioid addiction head-on with appointment of a new substance abuse director to strategize ways to improve treatment options, to educate our kids, and to put drug dealers in jail. In furtherance of fighting crime, we will purchase and install more license plate readers to fight crimes like car thefts and burglaries that are rampant throughout the region and throughout New York State. Reassessment. Oh, excuse me, I missed the line. I have also ordered 6 new ambulances for our police department to protect our community, and more are on the way. Reassessment has been secretive, unfair, and imbalanced. I have been meeting regularly with County Controller Lane Phillips to determine through the auditing process what went wrong with reassessment, and we will work with the legislature to design a plan to fix broken reassessment of my predecessor. Assessment must be fair, transparent, and understandable. No more mansions worth over $3 million paying no taxes. That's right, 0 taxes. That's not going to happen anymore. No more gross disparities where identical houses pay vastly different taxes. We didn't create this. We didn't make this problem. We didn't break the reassessment, but we together will fix it. We are working with Senator Schumer and Congressman Garbarino to obtain infrastructure funds to rebuild highways, ensure clean water, and protect our precious national resources. With the help of Senator Schumer and Congressman Garbarino, we will be providing funding to veteran halls to keep them open. I want to thank our federal partners. Our veterans served us, they protected us, and the least we can do is help these veteran halls remain open and vital. Veteran halls are the foundation of our community. Thank you to our veterans for their service. And I want to welcome back my son, Avi, who's just finished a 5-year tour. Stand up, Avi. 5-year tour in the United States Marine Corps. And I also have to brag a bit about my son, Arlen, who is an assistant state's attorney. He's a prosecutor fighting crime in Florida. You can give him an applause, too. And also saving people's lives through good nutrition, my NYU grad and licensed dietitian, Ariel. And thank you to my wife for all that she does to support me. We have important cultural sites here in Nassau County. One of them is the African American Museum. I was shocked to find out that the African American Museum did not have any full-time employees. So for the first time, the African American Museum will have 2 full-time employees so that we can bring culture to all segments of our community. Sadly, New York State has reduced funding to Nassau University Medical Center by over $80 million over the last year. It is clear that the state is bleeding it to death. I have appointed a new chairman, Matt Bruderman, to exhaust all resources to keep Nassau University Medical Center and A. Holly Patterson Nursing Home open to protect our most vulnerable. In conjunction with the legislature, we have passed legislation to set up a task force to combat anti-Semitism. We are working together with the Hispanic American Chamber of Commerce to help small businesses, and we will not tolerate any hate crimes, including those against Asian Americans. We have recently opened a dialogue with the South Asian American Small Business Association to improve economic opportunities for young and old alike in every community. I am happy, you can clap for that. And I am happy to report that the bond rating agencies upgraded Nassau County's fiscal position under our leadership to stable positive. I will continue to provide quality county services at the most cost-efficient way for our taxpayers. And that's just in the first 100 days. And guess what? We still found the time to get guns and firefighting equipment to the Ukraine. God bless the men and women of the Ukraine. It's heartbreaking to see what's happening each and every day, and we want you to know that Nassau County stands with you for freedom and liberty. But let's talk about the future. Now we must look at the future. We are planning for a bold and exciting project at the Hub. We have talked to many people who have great ideas, and we were talking with the current developers and the operator of the Coliseum. It's been too long, and I am hopeful that within the next 90 days, we will, in cooperation with the town of Hempstead, have a plan that is truly exciting. Merging together the Coliseum with Nassau Community College, Museum Row, Hofstra University, and the Village of Hempstead, we will create a new, vibrant, and exciting destination worthy of the name The Hub. In order to keep residential properties in check, we must increase our tax base by recruiting new businesses to Nassau County to provide jobs and establish prosperity for all communities. We have accomplished a lot in the last 100 days, but the best is yet to come. Again, I want to thank the members of my administration who have worked so hard. I want to thank the legislature for hosting me tonight. And I want to say to each and every one of you in this holy month, may God bless you all, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much.
Legislator Rhodes makes a motion to adjourn.
No.
Recess. Oh, yeah, never mind. We're gonna recess. Yeah.
So now we should see.
Yeah, it should be there.
They shut it up.
But I hear it.
Yeah, all right.
But I'm okay?
Yeah, yeah.
No, it's mute. It's on mute.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be starting the Rules Committee. I would ask all Rules Committee members to come to the chambers, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to clear the room. What? Ladies and gentlemen, again, please clear the room.
Check 1 2 1 2 1 test testing 1 2.
Test, 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 test. Good night. Thank you.
everybody from your side? Is Kevon on? Okay. Okay. All right, I'm calling the Rules Committee back into session. We have a consent calendar, which is items that went through committees a few moments ago. Call those items first. 85, 86, 87, 88, 91, 92, 105, 108, 120, 121, 122, and 131. And they went through committees moments ago, and there's no further debate or discussion at this time. Any public comment? Thank you. Motion by Legislator Schaefer, seconded by Legislator DeRiggi-Whitten. Thanks. Items before us. Any public comments? All in favor signify by saying aye.
I'm here.
All right. One item I'm pulling out of the consent calendar is 85 of 2022. So all the other items are on the consent calendar that I called just a moment ago. Any public comment? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed?
Aye.
Carries
Aye.
unanimously. Items 72 and 106 of 2022. These are resolutions to accept gifts. 72 is a gift offered by the Nassau County Police Department Foundation to the County Police Department. And 106 is a gift offered by the Hicksville Fire District to the Nassau County Police Department. Inspector Field.
Good afternoon, William Field, Inspector from the Police Department. Item 72
Motion by Legislator Rhodes, seconded by Legislator Bino.
Item 72-22 is a resolution to accept a donation from the Police Foundation of $110,000 to assist with our renovation of the safety town over at Eisenhower Park. Item 106-22 is a resolution to accept a donation of $5,000 in value from the Hicksville Fire Department for 2 ambulances.
Just a quick question. What is the use of the ambulances? I know that they are.
So we're going to try to use them as spares for ambulances when we have a problem with them, with one of our regular ones.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Any public comment? Thank you, Inspector.
Thank you.
All in favor of those 2 items signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Carries unanimously. 85 of 2022, a resolution authorizing the county attorney to compromise and settle the claims of plaintiffs as set forth in the action entitled Peros versus the County of Nassau. Who wants to make that motion? Moved by Legislator Schaefer, seconded by Legislator Rhodes. This is discussed in executive session during the Finance Committee. So let me ask this. All in favor of this item signify by saying aye. Those opposed? Aye. Nay. Okay. Howard, what was your vote?
I'm with you.
All right. So this item fails by a vote of 7-0. In terms of the consent calendar, not the consent calendar, the regular calendar, the next several items are all IMAs, mostly dealing with community revitalization grants the legislature is passing. So they include 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 100, 103, 107, 109, 110, and 111. These are intermunicipal agreements with the Village of Plandome, the Baldwin Fire District, East Meadow Fire District, Village of Farmingdale, Port Washington Police Department, Sanitary District Number 2, Levittown Schools, South Farmingdale School Fire District, the North Merrick Union Free School District, East Hills, the Village of East Hills, Woodmere Fire District, Glen Cove School District. Motion by Legislator DeRiggi Whitten, seconded by Legislator Rhodes. Any debate or discussion on these items? Any public comments? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed?
Aye.
They carry unanimously. Now we go to item 99 of 2022 is a resolution authorizing the county attorney to compromise and settle the claims of plaintiff as set forth in the action Dover Gourmet Corporation versus the County of Nassau. Motion by Deputy Presiding Officer Coppell, seconded by Legislator Rhodes. This is also discussed in executive session. Anyone want to add anything at this time? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those
Aye.
opposed? Dover. Okay. So it's a vote of 4, positive, 3 nays. No, that's not yet. That's this is rules. So passed by a vote of 4-3. Let me just make sure. I think that's the end of the. No, sorry. We have appointments to make. They are 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 123, 124, 125, 126, 127, 129, 130. These are resolutions to confirm the following appointments. John Ardito to the Assessment Review Commission. Flo Girardi to the Assessment Review Commission. Laura Monfoletto to the Assessment Review Commission. Mark Stone to the Assessment Review Commission. Rocco Totino to the Assessment Review Commission. Murray Foreman to the Planning Commission. Reed Sakowicz to the Planning Commission. William Striss to the Nassau County College Board of Trustees. Ronald Rosenberg to the Nassau County College Board of Trustees. Conda Sharona Kalati to the Nassau County Planning Commission. William Rockensees to the Industrial Development Agency. Reginald Spinello to the Industrial Development Agency. William Striss again to the Nassau County Community College Board of Ed Trustees. And Ron Rosenberg again to the Nassau County Community College Board of Trustees. The Board of Trustees appointments has been traditionally done. There's one appointment made by the county executive and one appointment made by the legislature for each of the incoming trustees. So those are all the appointments. Legislator Schaefer moves those appointments. Legislator Rhodes seconds them. Sure.
I think we plan to pass them through like we normally do through committees, and then hopefully we can discuss it further at full ledge. But we just wanted to note that for the appointments for the Planning Commission, the charter specifies that the members of the commission must have certain qualifications. That's the 161. And also the same exists for the Assessment Review Commission. And I would just like to, that's 6-40.1. I would love to get some of these candidates, like just have these qualifications addressed before full edge. You know, there's just simple things as far as how many, I guess, are registered Democrat, how many are registered Republican, and a number of other requirements, including some of them address where people live and things like that. So
Yeah,
maybe
that
we could get a list of that.
We have 2 weeks before the full legislature. I mean, most of these appointments came down on Friday, so obviously we'll have additional time to gather the information that you're asking for. We just ask that maybe your counsel, Peter, contact Chris for the specific items that we want.
And if it's possible, it'd be nice to meet, I know some of them, but it'd be good to meet them at the full ledge also.
Yes, that's traditional, and they'll be here. I'm sure we could arrange them to come to your caucus room beforehand or meet them in the dais.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, hearing none. Any public comment? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? They carry unanimously. The last item that we have is item 123 of 2022, a local law to amend Chapter 4 of Title 9 of the miscellaneous laws of the county in relation to electing a cents per gallon rate on sales and compensating use taxes on motor fuel and diesel fuel in lieu of the percentage rate of such taxes. Moved by Legislator Rhodes, seconded by Legislator Schaefer. 132 of 2022. What did I say? Okay. It's getting late. We are going to, actually, I'm going to have a motion to table that item. No, wait. Motion to table, Legislator Rhodes, seconded by Legislator Schaefer. All in favor of tabling the item signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Carries unanimously. It's tabled. Motion to adjourn the Rules Committee. Motion to, well, I'm going to put the committee in recess. Now I'm going to call the full legislature. Not a recess now. No. Item 132, 2022 is a local, wait. Do we need an emergency to establish the emergency?
Presiding officer, an emergency resolution declaring an emergency for immediate action upon a local law to amend Chapter 4 of the Title 9 of the Miscellaneous Laws of Nassau County in relation to electing a cent per gallon rate on sales and compensating used taxes on motor fuel and diesel. Motor fuel in lieu of the percentage age rate of such taxes pursuant to the authority of Article 29 of the tax law of the state of New York.
We need a motion to establish the emergency. Legislator Rhodes makes the motion. Legislator Ferretti seconds the motion. Any discussion on the emergency? Legislator Drucker.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I definitely, and I think I'm speaking on behalf of our caucus, would support this emergency. However, I'm supporting it with certain reservations because I think that we have an opportunity here to do more. And under the enabling legislation from Albany, the statute, we can do a tax reduction of the gas tax at $2 per gallon rather than $3 per gallon. It would be permissible under the law, and it's within our budget. We can afford it, and the impact that we've been told about certainly fits within that. So I would want to support the emergency, but I think that the majority should consider our bill, which provides greater relief to the taxpayers immediately. And why give half of a tax cut when we can give a full tax cut? And it's within our budget. We can afford it with the robust sales tax revenue that we have and other things that we have in our budget. We can afford this. So I think that we're cheating our taxpayers by not giving them as much relief as we legally can. So I will support the emergency, but I am going to ask that the majority reconsider and support our legislation rather than the one that gives half a tax cut. Okay, yes, I'm informed that, our council has reminded me that our bill lasts until March of 23, whereas your bill expires in December, right?
Okay. Anyone else want to comment? Oh, Legislator Rhodes?
Yeah. The response to that, to be perfectly honest, as you just heard during the State of the County address, is that we're taking a regional approach to how we're doing this. Initially, I'm not convinced that we have the resources to be able to cut it to a $2 cap. We're taking what we can get now, and we have the opportunity to be able to revisit that later if we can establish that we have the funds necessary to be able to do that. In the interim, we are partnering with our colleagues in Suffolk County, including the Suffolk County Executive and the majority in the Suffolk County Legislature, and we are passing mirror bills of each other at a $3 cap with an expiration of December 31st of 2022. The theory behind this being that the county, at gas prices that have increased from roughly $3, now if you're paying for a premium that are going up to $4.59, $4.69, $4.79 a gallon, is reaping a windfall. And that windfall should be returned to the taxpayers. That windfall should be returned to the motorists. And that's what this legislation is seeking to do. Does not foreclose another possibility at a later time. We want to act. We were waiting on the state passing the enabling legislation. This is something that we've been discussing over the period of several weeks, and we can't wait any longer. It's time for us to move ahead with this. So I would ask my colleagues in the minority to support the emergency so that we can get much-needed relief to our motorists.
I would just like to respond, Legislator Rhodes, by saying that we have evaluated the approximate impact at $2 a gallon, and it comes out to about was for 7 months to if it expires in December, it's about $13 million, approximately $13 million. If we extended it until March, it's another $9 million, so about $22 million. That's at 9 cents a gallon. Difference is tremendous, and we can do that relief now, and it's still at $22 million is something within our budget, and we don't have to wait for Suffolk County to get on board or the state. This is something we are authorized and empowered to do today, immediately. So I would just say that we have money in our budget to do this.
I know we keep saying we have money in it. Sorry. I know we keep saying that we have money in the budget to do this. I don't know where that money in the budget exists at the moment. That's something we can explore, but in the meantime, let's take what we can do today.
It's just $80 million is the projected sales tax this year. I'm sorry?
With no growth.
With no growth, $80 million is what's suspected. Yeah, so that's where it is.
Anyone else? You're not? No?
I think we're inclined to, from what I understand, to give the emergency because we don't want to hold it up. But can we maybe make a date to revisit this, maybe June 1st or something? Because I would really love to bounce it up if we can.
I think certainly certainly the intention would be to look at this again and see what else we could do. I'm not speaking for the administration, but certainly it's common sense. We would do that, take another look.
I'm sorry, and I have a question. So we want to do it at the 3% because we have received confirmation that Suffolk County is doing at 3%? I mean, sorry, $3. I meant $3.
Yes, that was just announced at the State of the County.
Oh, I must have missed that over some of the other stuff that was said. So this was negotiated between Suffolk, because this was filed earlier today, before it was announced here. Did we negotiate that as a regional approach, is the question?
I'm not sure exactly what steps the administration took and who they spoke with out in Suffolk County. We filed it at $3 because that's what we believe to be right. It's our understanding that that's exactly what's being mirrored in Suffolk County. What conversations the administration may have had to confirm that. I know that there's a joint press conference tomorrow, for example,
So
where
I
they're going to
suspect
be
it
announcing
was.
that.
All right, thank you.
Any other debate or discussion on the emergency? Any public comment on the emergency? All in favor of the emergency signify by saying aye. Those opposed? Passes unanimously. Item 132 of 2022 is a local law to amend Chapter 4 of Title 9 of the Miscellaneous Laws of Nassau County in relation to electing a cents per gallon rate on sales and compensating use taxes on motor fuel and diesel fuel in lieu of the percentage rate of such taxes. Motion by Legislator Rhodes, seconded by Legislator Ferretti. So the items before us. Any further debate or discussion on the item? Legislator Bino.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I would just implore the county executive to use the full weight and authority of Consumer Affairs to ensure that the gas station owners are fairly and equitably and to the spirit of this legislation reducing that tax at the pole. I don't think that we can in any way, shape, form, or fashion leave this unenforced. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
I'm sorry, apparently we're asking that Maurice Chalmers, Director OLBR, if he'd come to the podium.
Maurice Chalmers, Budget Review.
So the question is, have you had any time to look at the fiscal impacts to the $2 versus the $3 threshold?
No, this item is being done by emergency, so we did not get a chance to do an analysis on it.
At all? On this at all? No. Okay, I thank you.
Any other questions for Maurice? No.
Maurice, can you do it?
I mean, once it's passed by emergency, it's basically done.
It is
I could
done.
do it just for information for you if you would like me to do it.
It's for information only. Should we readdress it as we're all kind of hoping we can
Absolutely.
do? Thank you.
Legislator Ferretti.
Just, look, I think we can, although it's kind of late at night, hopefully not debate this all night. But whether this money is there as a surplus or not, it is still county money, right? This is still money that's there for Nassau County that can be used for other things, like possibly a tax cut or whatever. And so really the answer to this problem is for Albany and Washington to get their acts together and put forward an energy policy where we're energy independent and we can get we can get gas prices back to where they were. So while we could debate $2 versus $3, do we have the money in a surplus? That money can be used for Nassau County taxpayers in the positive, one way or the other. We shouldn't even be here figuring out how to bail out Washington and bail out Albany, because that's what we're doing. So they got to get their act together and get gas prices under control. That's the answer. This is all just plugging one hole to make another one.
Okay. Anyone else? Legislator Rhodes.
And the fact that we're taking action today and we're taking responsible action today does not excuse Albany from their lack of diligence in doing everything that they can to control gas prices. As Legislator Ferretti just mentioned, it's energy policy in Washington, it's energy policy in Albany that is artificially driving prices higher, that has created this crisis. We are merely addressing a symptom. And while we're here working, our state senators are sitting in their houses instead of up in Albany, where they should also be working. And let's take a look at what they've done to Nassau County taxpayers. As you heard during the State of the County address, in the last 2 years, they have cut $80 million in funding to Nassau County's only safety net hospital, forcing county taxpayers to make up the difference. We are paying tens of millions of dollars in Medicaid, county taxpayers, for a program that is supposed to be administered by the state of New York. Democrats up in Albany, John Brooks, Anna Kaplan, Kevin Thomas, Jim Gargren, Todd Kaminsky, three of whom stood on the steps of this legislature this morning to demand that we act, have raised spending by $34 billion in the last 2 years alone, an 18% increase on all of the taxpayers of Nassau County. And while they're coming here telling us what we should be doing, they refuse to cut the petroleum business tax, which would cut almost 20 cents a gallon off the price of a gallon of gasoline. So instead of coming down here and showboating, they should get their rear ends back to Albany and get back to work to actually provide some relief for our taxpayers. I'm happy that we're doing what we can do right now, but the problem needs a solution from Albany and Washington, not a solution from here in Mineola. So I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of the bill.
Okay, debate's over. Any public comment? Nobody isn't here, so there's no public comment. All in favor of this item signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, carries unanimously. Need a motion to adjourn. So moved. Moved by Legislator Rhodes, Legislator Rose Walker, second by Legislator Ford. All in favor of adjourning signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, we're adjourned. Rules Committee. I'm going to adjourn the Rules Committee now. Motion to adjourn by Legislator DeRiggi Whitten. Yeah. Yes. Seconded by Legislator Schaefer. All in favor of adjourning the Rules Committee, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, we're adjourned. So now you're done.
Good.